알겠습니다. 예, 맞습니다. 발표자 저쪽에서 하시면 됩니다. 부산 사람입니다.
잠시 후 1시부터
May I have your attention, please? This is housekeeping announcement. We will soon begin the 2022 International Arctic Shipping Seminar shortly. So I'd like to ask all the participants to be seated. Thank you.
본 행사는 영어 동시 통역이 제공됩니다.
And just for your convenience, simultaneous interpretation will be provided for the seminar. If you need interpretation, please make sure that you use the receiver placed on your table. Please select channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. And those joining the seminar online, please make sure that you activate the interpretation function at the bottom of the Zoom screen and select your language. And also, those joining in person here, please make sure that you turned off your mobile phone or to put it in silence mode. Thank you. And once again, to prevent the spread of COVID-19, we would like to ask all the participants to wear your face covering at all times as long as you stay in the conference hall. But for those, presenting on the stage like I do now, you may be allowed to not use your mask. So once again, those joining us online, if you have any difficulty or technical issues getting the audio feed from the headquarters here, please let us know or leave a message on the chat bar on your screen. So once again, the seminar provides simultaneous interpretation both for Korean and English. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask your questions. Once again, you can utilize the chat bar on the YouTube channel. This is live streamed for all the participants, so we will collect those questions and have them answered at the Q&A session at the end of the official program. Hello everyone. I'm Kim Gi-tae from the Institute of Arctic Shipping at Yongsan University, and I will be your MC for the 11th International Arctic Shipping Seminar. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone for attending the seminar out of your busy schedule. Now, let us start the 11th International Arctic Shipping Seminar. And this seminar is held as part of the 2022 Arctic Partnership Week. Before we begin the opening ceremony, let me introduce a distinguished guest, but unfortunately, due to time constraint, I cannot introduce every one of you, so I'd like to ask for your understanding. So let me just briefly move on to the first order of the program. As part, Mr. Yoon Hyun-soo, Director of Shipping and Logistics Bureau at the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, will deliver opening remarks. But unfortunately, Mr. Yoon has an urgent matter to attend, so he couldn't be with us here today, but we have his welcome and opening remarks on video.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Yoon Hyun-soo, Director General of Shipping and Logistics Division of the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries of the Republic of Korea. I'd like to express my gratitude to all the participants to the 11th International Arctic Shipping Seminar. The Arctic shipping route is of great interest in many countries due to its advantage of being the shortest route from Asia to Europe and the enormous natural resources that are nearby. Accordingly, despite the recent international situation, the international community continues to cooperate in the utilization of the Arctic route. There are many difficulties in commercializing the Arctic Sea route right away, but it will be used as a new logistics route someday due to the climate change will be necessary, and we must not miss the opportunity. Today, we are here to keep the possibilities of the Arctic Sea route open and take advantage of it. I'd like to ask the experts who attend today to freely exchange opinions and make policy suggestions. I wish all the participants the best to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. It was a really kind words from Mr. Yoon from the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries. So as already mentioned, we are looking forward to have a year-round operation of, ships through the Northern Sea routes. So obviously, we will keep that in mind so that we can make, progress in the nearest future. Next, we will also watch recorded congratulatory remarks from Anne-Kari Hansen of INT, who is designated as next Norwegian ambassador to South Korea.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I will start by thanking Mr. Hong Soo Yoon, Director General of the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, and Professor Song Won Hong from the Institute of Arctic Logistics and Yongsan University for inviting me to open this International Arctic Shipping Seminar. This is the first time for me to participate in an Arctic event in Korea. The Arctic, however, is not new to me. During my nearly 30 years in the Norwegian Foreign Service, Norway's Arctic policy has been an essential part of my responsibility, both as Director of the High North Division at the Ministry and more recently as Norway's Ambassador to Canada. I am therefore pleased to continue the Norwegian Embassy's tradition here in Korea of participating at the annual Arctic Partnership Week. The Arctic is high on the Norwegian government's agenda, and Arctic shipping is a central part of our interest. Norway has a long history of shipping in the Arctic, and we aim to continue developing our position as a leading, responsible maritime actor in the Arctic. In fact, more than 80% of the maritime traffic north of the Arctic Circle passes through Norwegian waters. As both a flag state and a coastal state, Norway has a special responsibility for facilitating safe, sustainable maritime transport and ensuring the necessary situational awareness. Norway is taking this responsibility seriously. We are investing in search and rescue capacity as well as in oil spill preparedness. From a security perspective, the illegal Russian war on Ukraine emphasizes the importance of a strong and robust northern Norway. We are now strengthening our defense, and we are also increasing military presence in our maritime area, including around offshore installations and other critical infrastructure in the north. For Norway, it is important that all activity in the Arctic is in line with the law of the sea. Respect for international law and freedom of navigation remains fundamental. International law applies in the Arctic just as it does elsewhere in the world. The UN Convention of the Law of the Sea constitutes the legal framework for all sea areas, including the Arctic waters. To contribute to a rule-based order in the Arctic, Norway plays an active role in multilateral fora with Arctic shipping on the agenda, including the IMO and the Arctic Council, where Norway will take over the chairmanship in 2023. The second point I wish to highlight is the priority of the Norwegian government that all maritime activity in the Arctic is safe and environmentally sound. Norway has been a driving force for the adoption of the Polar Code in the IMO. It came into force in 2017 and sets more stringent safety and environmental standards for ships operating in the polar regions. Norway highly values the close cooperation with Korea in the IMO and other multilateral fora. We have many shared values and interests, One of them is green shipping. Norway firmly believes that by contributing to the development of zero and low emission technologies for maritime transport, Norway can make an important contribution to the global climate and the Arctic environment. Our hope is that this will not only contribute to combating climate change, but also serve as the foundation for creating sustainable livelihoods in the North. At COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh last month, Norway and the United States launched the Green Shipping Challenge. The challenge encourages countries, ports, companies, and other actors in the shipping value chain to come forward with concrete announcements that will help reducing the carbon footprint from shipping. I was very pleased to see that the Republic of Korea has contributed to this challenge through facilitating the establishment of a green shipping corridor. Dear participants, many interests meet in the Arctic. In uncertain times like now, it is more important than ever that partners work closely together to find constructive solutions. We need cooperation between the Arctic states, observer states, indigenous groups, research and knowledge institutions, and not least the shipping industry. Forums like this one play a great part in fostering such cooperation. Norway greatly appreciates the cooperation with Korea on many aspects of Arctic matters, and I would like to especially thank you for your engagement in green shipping. I wish you a very successful seminar. Thank you. 감사합니다.
Well, once again, it was really kind words from the ambassador designate of Norway to South Korea. So obviously that there aren't common interests in terms of the Arctic region, and obviously there will be great cooperation as we move ahead. And obviously both countries have a great interest in having further cooperation as well. Thank you very much.
In celebration of the 11th International Arctic Shipping Seminar, Arctic Logistics Institute of Yongsan University and Center for High North Logistics are signing letter of intent on cooperation. So I'd like to ask Professor Kier Skobik, Managing Director of the Center for High North Logistics, and Professor Hong Sung-won of the Arctic Logistics Institute to come forward to the stage for the signing ceremony. The two organizations signed a letter of intent for joint research on the Arctic route in 2012 and have conducted joint research on the Arctic route several times. In response to the importance of green shipping in response to recent climate change and information on North Pole routes, the existing letter of intent for cooperation was newly revised and signed after 10 years. In this agreement, the two parties agreed to cooperate in maritime transport through the NSR, the Arctic shipping, analysis on potential cargo volume in both east-west directions along the Arctic shipping, and research on transshipment ports through the Arctic route. In addition, the content of the agreement includes reduction of carbon emissions from operating the Arctic route, development of green shipping route for the Arctic Ocean. And I'd like to ask the signing party to sign the letters placed in front of you. And when you finish signing, please exchange letters and sign the exchanged paper again.
자, 서명하셨으면
And we are now going to take a commemorative photo. And this brings us to the end of the signing ceremony. And now we're going to take a group photo. All the participants, presenters, and discussants are kindly asked to come up to the stage for the group photo.
저희 줌에서 오신 분들 다
And we have every participant joining us online on the screen. Smile, please. You are all going to be on the photo. On the group, in the group photo. Smile. Happy. Thank you. And please be seated.
이것으로
This brings us to the end of the opening ceremony. And we are going to get started with the first session right away. And the first session is on the sustainability of international transit through the Arctic shipping routes, and it will be moderated by Professor Yoon Hee-sung of KMOU. Please welcome Professor Yoon with a big round of applause.
Hello everyone, it's really nice to meet you all once again. My name is Yoon Hee-sung. I'm from Korean Maritime and Ocean University. As already introduced, the first session is under the theme of sustainability of international transit through the Arctic shipping routes. And we have three presentations ready for session one. The first presentation will be delivered by Managing Director of Center for High North Logistics, Kjell Stovik, under the theme of the perspective on Arctic shipping cooperation. Please welcome Mr. Stovik with a warm round of applause.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kjell Stovik. I'm the Managing Director of Center for High North Logistics. And I want to thank you, Professor Hong, and everybody for bringing us down here again. And also thank you for our 10 years of cooperation now. And again, signing this agreement is very important to us. I will speak a bit about the perspective of Arctic shipping and also in this sustainable way. And I was thinking of starting a bit by giving you some information about the center at the current stage, a bit about how we see the challenge that we can be solved through cooperation, and a bit about what we are looking at now on the environmental side and the reduction of emission, as the Norwegian ambassador mentioned, which is very important to the Norwegian government. I also put here that I'm also lead for a new Arctic thematic network on Arctic logistics and transportation, and also here EL is an important member, so I will see how we can proceed in that cooperation as well. The Center for High North Logistics was established back in 2008 and 9, and still is an important center when it comes to monitoring the sea route, and that's been our focus area for years. But we've also been engaged in different projects when it comes to climate, emissions, also in technology side of how we can bring the emission to zero, and I will come back to that in later presentations. But also it's important for us to be engaged in the new change, looking at new fuels and other type of perspectives when it comes to the climate. But also we also engaged in Arctic work, but also in the preparedness side, which also I think is important mentioned by the ambassador. I will start a bit by talking a bit about some of the challenges that we are looking at here. And up in the Arctic, we will see we have a lot of issues we can contribute when it comes to the global challenge. We have a lot of food, and that could be something that we can bring to the table of the world, but also we have energy and we have resource. And that's something that we, being an Arctic state, are very aware of. But also we have faced the challenge of climate change, which is now hitting Arctic a bit harder. But I also give opportunities, as we heard, and in a part of adaptation is the opening of the sea route. But also it's important for us to do this in a good way. So we are looking at circular economy, we're looking at how we can reduce the footprints. But as we heard now, with the current war situation in Ukraine, that also impact the market that we also was used to do cooperating with Russia. That means more pressure on the minerals in the north, and we expect that in the years to come. And the issue also we have in the north is then, how can we then, like here is a pyramid of how we produce the fish in the north, how can we move it up the value chain? How can we bring more business to the north, which also need to be transported out? So we will see more and more activities in the north looking in the future. Access to energy is important, I will come a bit back to that. And access to investment. We need capital here if we want to challenge these possibilities and opportunities. And of course, infrastructure. That brings us back to the sea and what we are doing on that development. We see now, just after this war started, that there is a growing interest for other sea routes. For instance, the transport sea route, as you can see in the middle of the map here. And I believe it is an opportunity as well that could be explored through this Arctic shipping cooperation that we are working on right now. We see less international possibilities at the moment when it comes to the Northern Sea route. But back to the traffic picture. Center for High North Logistics has monitored the traffic for years, and we still continue to do. We are sorry to inform you that we have closed our office in Russia for the moment, and due to the fact that we cannot transfer any funds, and also sanction makes that impossible to do. But we want to do this from our office in Kirkenes. And here is an extract over the first period of traffic. And still, as you can see, the voyages related to the Northern Sea route is very much focused around the Yamal and the activities that take place there. What we also have seen in the beginning of the year has been that there has been more or less the same activity as last year, and more or less the same type of activities on the different projects and different type of vessels involved. And we try now to also take other type of measures in our database. And here is one example of the age of the ships. Here you can see that it's quite new ships operating on the sea route. And that very much thanks to the new builds of ships here in South Korea. Bring us back to the latest developments. Since we have to close our office, we are very much delayed in our own information. This is one picture taken out of the statistics of Rosatom. Again, a lot of permission issued, not so much international traffic and not so much on the transit side. Rosatom says in its own statistics that they expect a decrease of 2.7%, meaning that they will amount to around 24 million tons this year. And they also say there is no international transit is expected. And that's probably the picture we will face the next years due to the war. And that's something that we need to adapt to, and our center is also in a transition that we need to work on other perspectives as well. But we believe it's very important to monitor the situation and to monitor what's going on at the sea route, and we will continue to do that. Here is one of our nice maps that we have produced, and we will still try to do that. This shows the traffic in January. There was also actually a transit taking place in that time from China to Murmansk, related to the LNG 2 construction site outside Murmansk. We expect that this construction site will continue to operate, and if it will be operational, it will be only one train that they are able to complete in the first phase. That means that the projection when it comes to the traffic in the future that Russia has set for the ship route will be much less than expected. If you see here now in February and also in March, there is traffic to the western part down to Spain, France, Zeebrugge, Belgium, Rotterdam, all these places where there is LNG terminal, these traffics continue. There's not any sanction on that, and it's important for Russia to export LNG, and it's very much needed in Europe now with the current energy crisis we have and the skyrocket prices on oil and gas. Of course, that puts Norway also in an interesting position. With this level of prices and demands, Norway, of course, making a lot of additional income at the moment. But we also at the same time to max our capacity to deliver to the European market. Same in April, same traffic, no traffic to UK because they have sanctioned the ship's traffic from Russia, but still they deliver to the European coast. We see, looking back at this moment, that this is the area where we see a bit increase. Getting back to Northern Norway and energy, as a part of our center work, we're also trying to map out how we can build infrastructure, how we can position Northern Norway as an actor when it comes to producing new fuels, and also utilize the energy carriers, which is, for instance, hydrogen ammonia, which we have produced for over 100 years. But also we look how we can electrify platforms, how we can use different type of fuels in this future scenario. And in Northern Norway we have a lot of projects ongoing, up to 22 projects that we are monitoring. They are very able and have capacity if they get enough energy to go in this direction. We have green ammonia, blue ammonia. This is a project that we are monitoring close to Hammerfest. Green ammonia production, we are looking at wind farms in Finnmark, where our headquarters are, but also how we can produce methanol, other type of e-fuels, and also we're building now a big battery factory in the north. This is typical fuels and new sources that can be very interesting for shipping and for our fleet in Norway, and also globally as well, as we heard Ambassador mention. We're talking about 10 to 15 billion of US dollars investment, and this is projects that some of those will come up. The challenge we have is, again, when you start to produce ammonia or hydrogen, you lose 2/3 of the energy in that production. So we need more electricity power, and this is, of course, the bottleneck. We export a lot of energy from Northern Norway, and some of it ends up there in South Korea. But we also have a lot of industry also that export very well to the international market. And here you see it's quite high production if you look at electricity, gas and oil. Up in North Norway we have a lot of potential and we have a lot of places and we have an industry here and that gives us of course opportunities. You know? So if you want to come up to north to invest, you can have a very good investment climate. And you can see also the growth here. One example in one of the countries where we are based, where you see seafood and services, trades going much higher than the curve of Norway, who is the lowest curve here. But they say something that if you go up here, you have a good opportunity of making good profits. The bottleneck we face in northern Norway, and this is a common issue of all of the Arctic, is that we struggle with the demographics, how to keep the people, how to find the right talent, and how we can develop a society where we can take them and keep them. You know, that's very important for us, not only as an institution with education, but also the government needs to give incentives to keep people, and we need to look how we can put this all together. So it's very difficult for us to only look at one sector, but we need to contribute to a holistic approach here if we manage to keep them. So we are ready for talents. If you want to come to Norway, you're welcome. Again, we are monitoring the situation in the northwest and the Barents region, and we see there it's a similar issue. We lose in this area, especially in the Norwegian, Finnish, Russian side when it comes to the demographics. This is a fourth site giving the same pictures. So northern part is we need to a radical change if we are able to keep up with the potential of business and the need for work power that we need. I want to focus more now on the green end, and this is the introduction to that, was that when we're starting to produce this stuff, we also need to see how we can establish a market for this. This is something that we will see now when we are going into this green shift. And one of the projects we are engaged in together with DNV, and Morten, who will speak later, is how can we do this in a way, how can we establish a way where we can go this direction. What type of fuel will we go in the future, and what type of fuel will we use on specific ships, on specific distance, is something that we are really start to focus now, and this is one project where we're trying to establish in the Nordic countries a way of doing this. And I believe this is something that also Korea as a big ship producer can be involved with. And I think already you have good projects that we can link up to when it comes to this. And we heard the ambassador mention at IMO level, yes, there is some progress, but still quite slow when it comes to this decision. That means that EU and the Nordic countries will probably establish regulations before we have a global. And that they will pursue this to a cooperation within Nordic and EU. So we expect that to happen. And of course, the green shipping program of DNV is very much in the center of this development. Again, but we need to create the market before we can move forward, and that's something part that we as a center want to be engaged. And we heard also the ambassador mention, and also that Korea is working on the green corridor. We think this, we believe this is a way of the future direction. We think that also in the Arctic we can establish green corridors, create an environment where we can together try to find a way how we can scale this up. But also that needs involvement from different parties like the regulators, the cargo owners, and the shipping industry to find this way. And I believe this is coming much faster than we expect, and we are planning for different way of engaging in this project. And at the center as well, we are looking at autonomous ship. We are also looking at how we can install propulsion system like rotor sails and other type of equipment on the ships in a way of reducing the emissions. And there is also a much focus now in the north on the preparedness, as the ambassador mentioned. We are investing very lot in Norway for this. This is just a picture from an exercise that we were facilitating and leading outside a small factory at the coast of Finnmark. Typical place where you are much more left alone if something goes wrong. And that's the issue. If you have an accident in the Arctic, the population, and we need to keep the population there so they can, in a way, able to help themselves until they get support from the rescue service and others that can come to the face. Another thing that we're looking at from the shipping in the Arctic as well is that there is more picture of threats like hybrid threats, and also looking at cyber threats to the shipping industry. This is also an interesting area for us to work with, to be better prepared if something happens. So, to conclude, it's important for us to retain knowledge and still monitor what's going on the Northern Sea route. And together with you as our partners, we think we can find a way to do this. We expect more traffic to east and to Africa, increase in the east in the summer and partly in the winter when it's open. Continued traffic along the Norwegian coast from Russia, which again gives us the ability to make more focus on preparedness. Traffic is reduced and a little international traffic as well. There is sanctions regimes. We don't know when then will end, but we hope that if we find a solution and a peace in the war, there might be an opportunity to normalization again with Russia, but that's very difficult to predict. And we think also in the long term, ships can go the Trans-Polar route and the North-West Passage as alternatives. When it comes to cooperation and development, yeah, the green transition as I spoke about, lower the emission from shipping towards 2030 is 2050 is something that is already decided. We need to see how we can do this the best possible way as fast as possible together with all of you. Infrastructure for this new future fuel type and also port, what can we have in the port? Development around this is important. Security when it comes to the transport of this, because this is not easy to handle. Even though we have spent like 20 years in Norway to establish our distribution points and a security system around LNG, still to use ammonia, hydrogen, still needs a different layer of security, and this is important to plan for and look into. Yeah, future fuels I mentioned, and establishment of green corridors and preparedness finally. So I want to stop there and look forward to future cooperation, and again I'm very thankful to come here physically, and I hope this pandemic is not will stop so we can meet more often. So thank you very much and goodbye for now.
예,
Thank you for your presentation.
쉘 스토빅 소장.
That was introduction by Professor Stovik, and he also talked about the current status of the NSR, and he also pointed out there is a lack of the sea route that crosses it, and he also touched upon the investment in renewable energy and the rise of economic activities there. And he also talked about the barriers there and the solutions to them. And in conclusion, he briefly mentioned the Nordic Roadmap project, and he also touched upon the safety issues, including the hybrid and cyber threats. Now, let's move on to the second presentation. And I'd like to invite Professor Uto Shotaro from Hokkaido University Arctic Research Center, and he will be presenting us on potential and sustainability of international transportation on the Northern Sea route. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
So, dear distinguished experts, ladies and gentlemen, 안녕하세요. I'm Shotaro Uto from Arctic Research Center of Hokkaido University, Japan. And originally, so my colleague, Professor Otsuka, Natsuhiko Otsuka, planned to attend this meeting conference and present an in-person presentation. But unfortunately, he cannot come here. So I will present about these topics, potential and sustainability of international transportation on the Northern Sea route. And it was my honor to be here and present about these topics in this 11th conference. Okay. Okay, so before going into today's topics, I'd like to briefly introduce the latest trend of global marine trade. Okay, due to COVID-19 pandemic, the world maritime trade once faced rapid downturn in early 2020 and contracting by 3.8% in the first half of the year. But in the second half of the year, maritime transport volume had returned, and in 2021, maritime trade is projected to increase by 4.3%, according to the UNEP report. On the other hand, damage to the world supply chain network still remained. And then the Ukraine-Russia crisis has been stifling world maritime trade, changing global value chain and causing price escalation. And the crisis is posing an increasing problem, of which world maritime trade has been facing since COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, this figure shows how the utilization of Northern Sea route, NSR, has been risen and fallen. Yeah. And after the declaration of the opening of the Northern Sea route in 1987 by Mikhail Gorbachev, this is a very famous speech, declaration, but NSR cargo volume had decreased due to the corruption of former Soviet Union and following economic crisis. However, since 2010, against the background of appreciation of fuel price, freight market, and natural resource demands, so the NSR attracted shipping sector as an international trade for the first time, maybe for the first time in its history. Until 2013, trans-NSR commercial shipping of natural resources gradually increased. But in 2014, declining fuel cost, freight cost, and natural resource demands, and economic sanction against Russia, trans-NSR shipping again lost market interest. And on the other hand, total cargo volume of the Northern Sea route has been continuously increasing due to the LNG production from Yamal Peninsula and crude oil production from Kara Sea. Russia. And at that time, NSR is becoming a new energy resource corridor for both Europe and Asia. And by Chinese shipping company challenge to trans-NSR shipping of general cargoes, so trans-NSR cargo volume again increased since 2015 and reached its record high in 2021. Okay, so let's see what is happening in the NSR shipping before and after the Ukraine crisis. And this figure shows the daily number of ships sailed along the Northern Sea route in July and August from 2018 to 2022. And the Northern Sea route shipping might be largely affected by the crisis. And up to the August of 2022, the number of ships sailing along the Northern Sea route seemed to be the same as previous years. But international trans-NSR voyage is not seen this year, and NSR might be a Russian domestic sea route, except for the Yamal LNG and crude oil transport. And in this situation, it seems that Japan's cargo owner would completely lose interest to the Northern Sea route for the meantime. The discussion of the NSR becomes, I think the discussion of the NSR becomes a long-term base and a long-term sea ice retreat in the Arctic Ocean. Okay. And this figure shows the types of ships sailed along the Northern Sea route in August from 2019 to 2022. And due to the pandemic, since 2020, cruise vessels disappeared. The amount of cruise vessels is written in this figure in green box. And, but LNG in gray box and crude oil in blue box transport remained. In 2022, COSCO's, a Chinese shipping company, COSCO's Trans-Arctic shipment is not seen, but 100,000 deadweight ton bulker transported iron ore to China. And the Arctic LNG project, plant module was shipped from China to Murmansk westbound in winter. But I guess construction of the module was stopped in May in Chinese yard. And then, so the working vessels and heavy lift operations decreased. So on the other hand, let's take a look at the Northwest Passage. This figure is a data by Headland and so on for the Polar Research Institute in UK. Until the pandemic, cruise and expedition voyage in the yellow bar in this figure was the main activities of the Northwest Passage, but they halted due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Then it is reported that those activities are gradually restarting in 2022. And NWP, Northwest Passage, commercial cargo shipping is found since 2019. Wood pulp, carbon anodes were shipped to Korea and to and from China. So how about Japan? Let's take a look at Japan's activities on Northern Sea route shipping. So far, 17 shipments have been carried out through the Northern Sea route to and from Japan since 2012. And this figure shows the destination and origin ports of northern sealed shipping in Japan. Among them, Tomakomai, okay, and Kushiro in Hokkaido. Actually, I came from Hokkaido today, and received 3 times of shipment of forage. And Osaka, it's a Kansai, western part of Japan, received 4 times of whale meat shipment by refrigerated carrier. Ogishima in Tokyo Bay received 2 shipments of LNG from Yamaha LNG project so far. And in 2019, Tomakomai Futo Corporation Limited, Tomakomai Port Authority, and COSCO Shipping specialized carriers have conducted trial trans NSR container shipment from Helsinki to Tomakomai. Okay. So this slide summarizes the current situation of Japan's shipping sector. So first, there are 4 items I listed. So in the first items, year-round shipping. So sea ice retreat, as you know, are unable to expand summer navigable period. But it will be, still it is hard to find high ice class cargo vessel can sail the northern seas in winter season. And it is not easy to achieve competitive shipping cost in the near future. So this would be a matter of long-term view. And ice and weather forecast are achieving both Russian information service, non-Russian commercial service, including Japanese ship company, and satellite remote monitoring of sea ice is also achieving. But I think still there remains many issues to be challenged on this issue. And so far from Japan's actual achievement on trans-NSR shipping, quick delivery and free from pilots was highlighted rather than the cost effectiveness after downslide of freight market since 2014. And Russian invasion to Ukraine. Yes, it clearly shows the country risk of Russia in terms of NSR regulation, icebreaker support, and other navigation service to foreign vessels. And economic and other sanctions against Russia lead to decrease of cargo potential. Also, cargo owner refrain from using northern sea route. So it can be said that the commercial use of the northern sea route might become a matter of distant future when peaceful Arctic come back again. Here we see a new topic that reminded of navigational risk in ice waters. In November 2021, about 20 cargo ships stuck in ice along the northern sea in the East Siberian Sea and Chukchi Sea. And the ship must wait icebreaker more than 10 days at the longest. And for example, in this left figure, 2 barrel carriers and one general cargo vessel stuck in ice in the East Siberian Sea, and all 3 transiting NSR from Europe to Far East. This red circle in right figure indicates the water area where they became unable to sail. Then they met nuclear icebreaker, Taimyr, at the circle 1 on the right-hand side figure, and Taimyr took them to Chukchi Sea. And these incidents remind us of navigational risk in early winter when ice rapidly grows and the prediction is very difficult. So finally, in the last minutes, I'd like to summarize the key factors of commercial use of the northern sea route. We think that predictability, commercial feasibility, sustainability, cargo demand, regulation, and political stabilities are key factors for utilization of the Northern Sea Route. And particularly in recent years, uncertainty has been a key factor for utilization of the Northern Sea Route, such as unpredictable ice conditions, as I mentioned at the last slide, sensitive fuel market and freight market, and unilateral changing of Russian regulation. And the driver of commercial use can be found shipping cost reduction and shortening lead time, and also cargo demand between Europe and Asia. Cargo demand will change by cargo type, business model, seasonal demand of commodity, type of shipping service, economic relation between regions, and so on. And environmental sustainability, this is one of the most important issues for the utilization of the Arctic Ocean. But today, a most serious factor could be a country risk of Russia for private sectors. Basically, utilization of the NSR is a function of trade-off of these factors. And at this moment, unfortunately, risk and disadvantages overwhelms other advantages because of the risk and backlash against the Northern Sea Route due to Russian invasion to Ukraine. So thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
예,
Well, thank you for the insightful presentation, Professor Shotaro. Thank you very much. And what Professor Shotaro shared with us, that the increase and decrease of the cargo volume and what are the affecting elements, he briefly shared with us. And recently, together with the COVID-19 pandemic and the crisis in the Ukraine, what kind of impacts are actually in play. So it was very insightful to listen to his presentation, and what are the success factors to further develop and utilize the NSR, predictability, and also taking into account the environmental elements. And obviously, he briefly mentioned about the regulations, and last but not least, regarding the crisis in Ukraine, obviously, political stability is one of the important factors we need to take into account. So we will now move on to the third presentation of the session 1. And the third presenter is connected online. He's from Artic, Mr. Alexei Shutrik. He's the development engineer of Artic, and under the theme of the design of container ships for year-round Arctic transit navigation. Mr. Shutrik, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Yoon. And greetings from snowy Helsinki, and dear participants of seminar, dear colleagues. It's my greatest pleasure to take part in this Arctic seminar, even online. And after listening to my colleagues from Norway and Japan, I just remembered that almost exactly 10 years ago, I have participated in an international transit voyage. It was a first ever transportation of LNG via Northern Sea Route from Norway to Japan, aboard of Korean-built LNG carrier of River, and it was a great example of international cooperation in Arctic shipping. And before that, there were a lot of doubts if it is possible to transport LNG in the Arctic, but now LNG is a main cargo, speaking about volumes. And today my presentation, please, next slide, dedicated to container vessels for year-round navigation in the Arctic. And the first question nowadays, however, is such Arctic container line is feasible at all. So first I will present some general personal and company view on the current background related to Arctic transit traffic and recent changes in navigational regulations. Sure that my colleagues in next sessions will touch these topics in more details, and then I will focus on our design conceptual proposals and technical challenges around navigation. Next slide. So main objective is to present our vision on container ship for Arctic transit routes, and we think it is very important to assess these challenges no matter what kind of approach for Arctic development you prefer. Optimistic like Rosatom Kaga with huge plans of building a fleet of Arctic container ships. Pessimistic one like Myers company, which refused to use Arctic routes after one transit voyage, and even applying a step-by-step approach as Chinese COSCO seems to follow does not guarantee the constant success of every step. And next, please. And quick screening comparison of different options of Arctic transit routes in terms of time of voyage duration with listed equal assumptions, assuming there are no any restrictions here, one route, the same vessel. So we can see that in present conditions, Northern Sea route remains the best option for time, for possible time savings comparing to the traditional route through Suez, and only this option is feasible to establish year-round navigation in the near future. Next slide. And here presented some opinions about the current situation around Northern Sea route. We made these predictions in April, and it shows that Northern Sea route remains of the highest importance for Russia. The export and delivery volumes remain the same, but speaking about transit, it is much more sensitive to geopolitical situation and to any changes in the rules of navigation in water area. Not the different scales on the graph for destinational shipping and for transit shipping, and just it can be seen that recent drops in transit volumes happened just after introducing the significant changes in regulations for Northern Sea route navigations made in 2013, and actual changes were introduced in only this year. Next slide. Generally about the rules. Now, with the introduction of the Polar Code, all Arctic transit shipping must be regulated by its provisions, and it allows to apply Polaris risk assessment system. Canada retains the traditional system zones and restrictions, but also has implemented the application of Polaris. With different situation is regulation of navigation along the Northern Sea route. As I already said, this summer, with introducing of recent amendments, now almost all the control came to Northern Sea Route General Administration, so-called Glavsi Morput, under Rosatom, and all issuing the permissions for navigation, icebreaker support, pilotage, hydrometeorological support, surveys, dredging, infrastructure development, now under responsibility of Rosatom, and only search and rescue support remained under responsibility of the Ministry of Transport. The admission criteria in the form of table with minor changes remained the same, with principles of dividing into zones and determining the current type of ice conditions and admission of ships of different ice classes according to this table. A very recent change is, however, a transition from defining ice conditions entirely for each zone to defining type of ice conditions from the ice charts according to the current actual ice situation. We think that this change is a step to the same risk-based approach as in Polaris, and it is quite positive for navigators and for designers to have a possibility of more adequate assessment of severity of navigation and of choosing the optimal routes of navigation. Next slide. And a few years ago, we made our own Artic screening study, trying to take into account all the possible factors. We have used our transit simulation model and compared Northern Sea route transits with transshipment or direct with traditional Suez route. Next slide. And here are some results. Of course, the situation is changing. Oil prices, fuel prices changing. But after that study, our conclusion was that Northern Sea route becomes more advantageous at very high TEU capacity of future container ships. And transshipment case gives the possibility to reload and not to use expensive ice-breaking vessels and to save the cost of transportation a bit. And basing of this study, we prepared two concepts. Next slide. We considered two sizes of Arctic container ship: 8,000 TEU capacity and even more, 18,000 TEU. 80,000 TEU version based on existing Kemal Max LNGC hull form, actually on a improved second generation vessels which are now under construction. And the next option is a stretched version. We also took into account current limitation of azimuth thrusters and two options for each vessels with thrusters and with conventional propulsion were developed. Next slide. Here, a general view of container vessel of 8,000 TEU capacity with two propulsion options, main parameters in the table indicated. And next slide, here a big vessel and main parameters also with two options of propulsion plant. And they look like conventional container ships, but differ from the such container ships navigating on conventional routes. And next slide. Here we try to show the difference between conventional and ice-classed and ice-breaking cargo vessels, following the same principle used in Polar Code. We divided such vessels into three categories. The first one is close to conventional, and second, ice-strengthened vessels designed for navigation in freezing areas, mainly under ice-breaking support. And the third category is ice-breaking vessels suitable for year-round navigation. And you can see that on their parameters, the cost and installed propulsion power and its going capabilities, they differ very much from conventional vessels, and they are not competitive when operating in open water conditions. So, next slide. I want to present some conclusions we made. Our research and design studies confirmed that it is technically feasible to design a very large, up to 18,000 TEU capacity container ship with high ice-going capabilities, possible to operate year-round in Arctic routes. And for economical viability, such ships should be used as a part of transportation system, including transshipment hubs. And we're ready to develop further and to cooperate with ship owners and shipyards. Thank you very much for your attention. And I'm ready to answer questions if during panel discussions.
예, 좋은 발표.
Thank you for your insightful presentation. And we are going to take the questions during the Q&A session towards the end of the seminar. And I really enjoyed your presentation. And you talked about the different approach about the container ships. And as you know, for containers, we have the positive and negative prospects. And with this, you made analysis. and we made an analysis on the Hamburg Sea, and it turned out the large ships had an advantage, and about 8 ktu and 18 kTEU. And the 18 kTEU with the transshipment was found out to be at an advantage. That was your tentative result. And we finished the first session earlier than scheduled. And we're going to have a break for about 15 minutes. And now we're going to get started with the second session. Thank you, Professor Yoon. And this brings us to the end of the first session, and we're going to begin the second session at 2:30 in about 15 minutes. Thank you.
예, 장내 저 좌편 뒤쪽에 커피가 준비되어 있으니 편히 드시면.
For your convenience, we have a coffee, tea, and refreshments available at the back of the conference rooms. Please enjoy yourself. Thank you.
잠시 후
May I have your attention, please? This is housekeeping announcement. We will soon begin the session 2 of the seminar. Once again, I'd like to ask all the participants to return to the conference hall and be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now the time is 2:30 in Korea, so we are ready to start the session 2 of the seminar. The theme of the session 2 is Arctic shipping route operations, and as we did in the session 1, Professor Yoon from KMOU will serve as the moderator. Please welcome again Professor Yoon with a warm round of applause.
Thank you very much. The second session is about Arctic shipping route operations. And in the second session, like the first session, we're going to invite 3 presenters. And our first presenter is Professor Arild Moe from Fridtjof Nansen Institute. And his presentation will be on Russian plans and policies for the NSR in a new international environment. And he's joining us online. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to be able to give a presentation at this important conference. Obviously, very much has changed in the course of the last year, and the outlook for the Northern Sea route is very different today than it was just 11 months ago. What I will do is present the official Russian plans, statements about the NSR and the current situation, and discuss them in light of the new international situation. Next slide, please. As we all know, the Northern Sea route has enjoyed very high priority in Russia for quite some time. And there are good reasons for that. It is because of its domestic functions. It is an internal waterway between east and west of Russia, and it is essential to supply settlements along the coast. That has not changed. It is also a channel for development of resources, of which there are quite plentiful in the northern part of Russia and northern Siberia. But also the sea route in itself, and especially the icebreaker fleet, has its own purpose. It is a way of securing mobility all over the Arctic. And this is, in Russia, seen as an important security element. Finally, the Northern Sea route seemed to offer the potential for transit traffic that could bring in revenues from outside. This has already been mentioned and is well known for all the participants in this seminar, but optimism regarding international transits was very strong some 10, 12 years ago. It has subsided considerably. Next slide, please. So, what is the Russian view, or the official view, on the Arctic in general and the Northern Sea route in particular, given the crisis in Russia and in international relations unleashed by the Russian invasion into Ukraine? This quotation from Vladimir Putin this spring is fairly representative. It shows that they are not really saying anything about the crisis as a restraining force, rather the opposite. The official Russian argument is because of the problems Russia is facing due to sanctions and reduction in trade with the West, the sea route becomes even more important, and consequently development plans for the sea route should be enhanced, they should be maximized rather than cut back. So this is the official view. Next slide, please. In August this year, a revised plan for the NSR was published in Russia. Many of the elements are known from before, but again, it is stating that the goal of Russian policies for the NSR is to secure reliable and safe transportation of cargo and products for people living in the extreme north, as I mentioned earlier, and also establish conditions for realization of investment projects. Yes, that is quite obvious goals. As you see, transit is not really highlighted as a primary goal here. But the plan then contains a list of investment projects, and they are quite extensive, and they include both further LNG developments. It includes oil, very big oil projects, the Vostok oil project headed by Rosneft, and it also contains a coal project. Moreover, there is also a plan for development of a large copper project further east at Chukotka. And we have also the plans for transshipment terminals for LNG in Murmansk as well as Kamchatka, which were made some years ago and are seen as a way of optimizing and economizing the transportation of LNG. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. There are also plans for further developments of the icebreaker fleet, including this super strong leader icebreaker, but not only nuclear icebreakers, also non-nuclear LNG-powered icebreakers. There is a clear statement about development of Arctic shipyards, more rescue vessels. Back, please. Back. And enormous investments. Well, there's no need, I think, to discuss all these items in detail, because the overarching question is: are these plans feasible? Is it possible to find finance for these plans? They assume a combination of state budget finance and non-budget finance, that is, from users and investors of the sea route. I think this, the question about economic realism is very relevant. And what I miss in the Russian plans, which I always miss in Russian plans, is a clear list of priorities. what is most important, what should be prioritized if not everything can be accomplished. That is not easy to read out of the plan. Next slide, please. So what are the assumptions underlying these very extensive plans for the Northern Sea route? Well, the Russian plan for the NSR operates with what they call a base scenario. That is the plans for production submitted by the various cargo owners, basically the extraction project owners in the Arctic. Putting them together is then giving an impression of what is of the amount of cargo that will be transported on the Northern Sea route. I'll give some detail a little bit later. But there is also a risk scenario that was developed by Rosatom, which is less ambitious and is trying to include the complexity of realization of Arctic projects and the delays that are evident. In fact, this risk scenario was made before the war, so it's not taking into account the new situation. But what is interesting is that Rosatom, which is now responsible for the management and development of NSR, has tried to reduce the expectations. And that has been a very difficult task, it seems. And the official goals for the Northern Sea route have been maintained, even if they clearly have been unrealistic for some time. But Rosatom, of course, knows that they will be kept responsible for developments. And therefore, they're trying to present more realistic assumptions. But again, both these scenarios, both the base scenario and the risk scenario, was made before the war. But they had not been changed. The base scenario has not been changed. You may say it's because there's too little time to do it, but I think it's clearly a problem that discussions and plans for the NSR continue to be presented as if nothing had changed. Please, next slide. And this is, in fact, how this base scenario is built up. We see a very, very steep increase in the 2020s. Very much of this is made up of the orange column, which is oil, which is the Vostok oil project headed by Rosneft. An extremely ambitious project, which would bring production up to 100 million tons of oil at the end of this decade, which would be the biggest development in the Russian oil industry since the 1970s. And it is highly uncertain proposition because of the investment needs and the costs. And some would also say that there is a problem with the resource base. No international oil company was interested in joining this project before the war. They were all invited, but they all declined. So as of now, the project is still ongoing, but I think it's very unrealistic that it could reach anything like these proportions. It's also here assumed that the development of LNG projects will continue. But as we already have heard, there is a big uncertainty about further developments beyond the first train of the Arctic LNG 2 project. So we have Yamal LNG continuing on plateau level and maybe some increase, but not the kind of increase that was envisaged before the war. And the reason here is mainly the technology sanctions, which is hampering development. This could, of course, change in some years, but at least for the nearest future, it's clear that LNG development will be delayed. And there are also question marks about some of the other items here. So the message is that the underlying assumptions for the cargo scenario is unrealistic. Next slide, please. On the icebreaker side, much has been happening, and the ambitions are high, but also in fact, the ongoing construction activity is also quite extensive. This slide shows the whole story about Russian nuclear icebreakers from the very start. You don't have to pay attention to that, but on the right side here, you see what is happening now, if the colors are clear. There have been new icebreakers coming on stream last few years, and there are new icebreakers under construction. So it's reason to believe that within the next few years, the Russian icebreaker fleet will be renewed and will be very much stronger than it was just a few years ago. The construction of the super leader icebreaker has started. Of course, it may stop if financing becomes difficult, but it is also possible that it will be completed. In fact, there are ideas of not firm plans, but quite strong statements about building even 2 more leader icebreakers. They are not included in the new NSR plan, but they are talked about as a possibility into the 2030s. But the message here is that, yes, the Russian icebreaker fleet will be renewed. It will be stronger than ever in a few years' time. So what is it going to do if the cargo scenario is severely reduced? That is an interesting question. But capacities may be, icebreaking capacity may be quite different from what it used to be a few years ago. Next slide, please. Yeah, here is the newest Artic class icebreaker between 2 other older class icebreakers. Next slide, please. A key, to the extent that the changes in the world are being incorporated in Russian thinking, it is clearly the hope that Asian markets will take over some of the exports that used to go westwards. So developing the Northern Sea route is relevant in that connection because seaborne transport to Asia seems to be an alternative for some of the exports that has been going to the West. And that is also the official view. Now, first of all, let us say that when it comes to LNG, so far, and this year, the overwhelming share of the Russian LNG is going to Europe. And that is because the prices of gas in Europe has been very, very high. So from a commercial point of view, this has been the right decision. And it should be stressed that so far there has been no limitations on the Russian LNG sales. There are sanctions affecting LNG development, new LNG projects, but no limitation of LNG sales. And it's unclear how this will develop in the years ahead. Will there be some limitations? Or will LNG sales from Russia be regarded as something different from pipeline gas? That will be an important issue since LNG is such a big share of NSR shipping. When it comes to other products and minerals and metals and anything, in fact, being produced and possibly exported from Russia, it's true that there are some capacity limitations in the railway transport system, which also is an argument for using NSR. But of course, NSR doesn't fit with all kinds of export destinations. So this has to be looked into in more detail. But the expectation and official rhetoric is very much about the possibility of Asian markets. Next slide, please. What has been going on for some time now is a change in the policies for management of the NSR. This an important decision was made in 2018 by making Rosatom, the state nuclear energy corporation, the so-called unified logistics operator of the NSR. And that is basically giving Rosatom total responsibility for development and current operations. There was a long conflict or dispute with the Ministry of Transport about sharing roles in the management of the NSR. But by this summer, I think we could say that this struggle was finally resolved in favor of Rosatom. Since this summer, Rosatom has taken over also issuing of permits to sail on the NSR. So the Northern Sea Route Administration has very little functions left. And former slide, please. Keep the former slide. Also, in fact, Rosatom created a new division called the main administration of the Northern Sea Route, the Glavsevmorput. It is in fact the name that was used for the administration of the NSR in the 1930s, and which was an all-encompassing body taking care of all kinds of development of the sea route and adjoining industrial activities. So this is clearly a sign that we are going back in time in a very sort of broad all-encompassing administration of the NSR. This latest development was not caused by the war and the specific challenges caused by the war, but it is it conforms with general development in the Russian economy, where the state control is increasing in all spheres of the economy. The immediate argument and reason for the latest round of reform, next slide please, was what happened in last November and which has already been mentioned. There clearly was a problem in coordinating traffic on the NSR and icebreaker support, which led to all these cargo ships being frozen, which was sort of a very big problem and gave a sort of a negative image of the NSR. Actually, this was also a blame game. Was it because the icebreaker fleet hadn't been operative enough, or was it because the Northern Sea Route Administration hadn't been looking clearly into the implication of issuing permits? Well, we don't really know. But at least at the end of the day, this was used as an argument of collecting all responsibilities within the Rosatom structure. Please, next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide. This new model, this centralized model, it can be questioned how well it will work. It's supposed to give better coordination and higher efficiency. But monopolization also could be a big problem, and less transparency in the management of the NSR, seen from the outside. It's also, I think, a problem that Rosatom is also involved in commercial operations. It wants to be involved in shipping activities, which would be in competition with other users. And finally, will it be able to deliver? It is expected to secure development of this NSR, not only in management terms, but also in cargo volume. And this may, as I already said, be a big problem. But not only because of the operations of Rosatom, but because of objective situation in the markets. Last slide, please. Next. So many uncertainties, and I think that goes for many of the presentations today. Yes, things are changing, and we are seeing many negative developments. We don't know exactly how much they will mean. I think the question about state finances is essential. How much will the state be able to subsidize Arctic infrastructure? Very unclear, depends on the whole state of the Russian economy. But also the outside view. What about investors? And I think that was very well presented in the former presentation. The risk assessment of other investors. What is Russia going to do with NSR? Will it change the rules of the game and the conditions for the use, which is, of course, very negative from a long-term investment point of view. But also, what about sanctions? Will the crisis remain? Could there be new sanctions directly affecting shipping? We don't know. The role of China is, I think, going to be bigger. How big is not clear. China has the possibility to support with some technologies that are no sanctioned, but not everything and not in the short perspective. China has an interest in hydrocarbons and other raw materials from the Arctic, but it's not dependent on them. And I think Chinese investors and Chinese companies will always be demanding good conditions for investments. And they know that Russia is in a difficult position and will take advantage of that when they negotiate terms. We haven't touched on that today, but I think if you look at the Arctic in the general longer perspective, where the changes taking place in the climate world, climate policies, changes in the international markets, especially for energy, could also affect the Arctic projects, especially because of the relatively high production costs, which could mean that in the longer perspective, resources, expensive resources, energy resource on market could become less interesting. But that is a longer term perspective. As a final note, I would say that yes, very much now depends on internal political and economic developments in Russia. That is quite clear, and that is very uncertain. But one must always remember the broader international market, global market developments, as a decisive, a very important factor in determining the volume of cargo on the NSR. Thank you for your attention.
예,
Thank you for your presentation. And Professor Moe talked about the changes and the circumstances. And he talked about the project that entails that will require about $30 billion of investment, and he looked at the factors whether to determine whether this project will be feasible with the concrete examples. And the official perspective, should it be revised after the war? And will there be any impact on the LNG shipbuilding? And the state control has been strengthened with the war, and it is also connected to the stronger control of Rosatom. And he also mentioned the accidents of the vessels last year. And in conclusion, he also mentioned the financial sanctions and the war is kind of strengthening enlarging the role of China. And thank you for your presentation.
발표는
Let us move on to the second presentation. The speaker is Dr. Kim Hyun-chol. He is Principal Director at the Center of RS and GIS, Korea Polar Research Institute, under the topic of status of Arctic sea ice and its impact on navigation in the Arctic shipping route. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
예,
Hello everyone, once again my name is Kim Hyun-chol. I'm from KOPRI, Center for RS and GIS. I believe maybe I have prepared something that you are not familiar with. I will today talk about how the sea ice changes in the Arctic region based on the data we collected using satellites. So the homework given to me is that to share with you, it's a really big picture. How the sea ice changes in the Arctic and what kind of impacts that they are bringing. So we are faced with realistic challenges. Maybe you already know, maybe more than me, but from a scientific perspective, I'd like to share with you the very latest information with you. Maybe you are not familiar with, maybe you're not very much interested, but I hope this is quite interesting to you. So, as already I mentioned, this is about measuring the ice thickness in the Arctic region. So, yes, previous speakers talked about the logistics and shipping, but I believe that the most important thing is, the important factor is the condition of the sea ice in that region. So, that significantly impacts whether we can fully tap into the potential of the Northern Sea route or the Arctic Ocean in general. Navigations will be available throughout the year, or just for the selected seasons. So some climate researchers say that in the next 20 or the 30 years we will no longer have any ice left in the Arctic region, or IPCC report says before we reach 2050 that will happen. So but there are some who say that some say by 2030, some say by 2050, but the key point here is that anyhow, ice melting is happening way too faster than we would like to have. So, at the moment, in that regard, we believe it's really important for us to have really accurate data on the ice thickness and ice condition in general in the Arctic region. This will certainly serve as a really good foundation for us to come up with, right policies and regulations. So, in our center, researchers and staff there, we have dedicated great efforts to that end. So yes, there are already a lot of available data on the sea ice, but about thickness, that's we are focusing on. The map on the left shows the Arctic mean field of sea ice thickness and drift. So from Siberia and those regions close to Norway and Greenland and Canada, they have a kind of a multi-year, relatively thick ice, and on the contrary, in the Siberian area, maybe that's because there are different currents flowing. So again, those ice, drifting along with the currents. So based on these data, how are we going to better utilize the Arctic sea routes or the Northern sea routes? So obviously many want to have year-round operation in this area. So to that end, to support that potential to realize, we have conducted research activities. So on the right, that shows for the last 40 years the thickness almost decreased by half. So and those data are collected by submarines. So maybe this is not really good quality, but this is maybe the best data in consideration of the period of the data collection. So again, long story short, the thickness is decreasing. But what's irony is that if you look at the the left graph, any data so far does not give. There's no data which give us the accurate, data on the sea ice in summer season. I'm talking about not just all the seasons, but summer season. So yes, everyone knows that sea ice in the Arctic region is melting, and we have satellites which can detect and collect the changing conditions of the sea ice. Yes, in the summer season, maybe relatively speaking, sea ice volume and mass aren't much less than they can be recorded in other seasons, but still in the summer season it's also important for us, and it's valuable for us to have a really accurate data on the sea ice conditions in the Arctic region. So to that end, we are making preparations to further collect and analyze more accurate data on that. And on the right, there are two different graphs that show that this continuous Arctic sea ice volume trend, again, they do not provide data on summer seasons. So, yes, we can estimate the maximum and minimum thickness of the sea ice in the region, but still we do not have the summer season data. That means at the end of the day, whatever simulation algorithm we use, that will not generate accurate results. So some may have a really simplified approach, but actually, to be honest with you, some of our researchers, including myself, have that kind of thought as well. Well, maybe it's simpler than we anticipated, but as we conducted the research project, actually the outcome was quite surprising to us, and that's what I'd like to share with you. So the basic idea or concept we applied for that research project is that, based on the thickness of the ice, yes, there are, ice we can analyze or, analyze above the surface. But, more than 90% of the sea ice are actually ice dropped, meaning below the sea surface. So what we used is that, we measured the drift below the, the water surface. That means we tried to narrow the, the error. And there's another, measuring machine called the upward-looking sonar. So we installed several of them and collected data for several years. So we compared, the drift measured several years ago and the recent ones. So combined, we analyzed, what are the relations and what happened in that period. So if you look at the, the picture, this shows where the upward-looking sonar, called the ULS in short, where they are located, and as shown on the figure on the right. So this is the schematic of the mooring. So as you can see, sea ice is just flowing on the surface and below the surface. So we measure the thickness in the summer season. So yes, the sea ice melts above the surface, so that actually is not accurately detected by the satellites, but below the sea level we can actually measure more accurately. So those are the graphs, so the draft changes. As you can see at the bottom, based on the satellite data, we analyze the signals, those the red dots vertically. Those lines show that drift dramatically changes. This is the kind of a signal that tells us that this is the point that we approach the summer season. But what's more important for us is that we should have a really accurate understanding of the sea ice thickness change in the winter season. So we completed a project last October, and based on the result, we now took upon another follow-up research activity. So again, there's another measuring machine called AMSAR, advanced measuring machine. So regardless of its being just summer or winter season, so these measuring instruments ensured us to have accurate data on the thickness of sea ice in the Arctic region. Then those data will be translated into anticipating what will happen, and also that will support the navigational arrangements in the Arctic region. So this slide shows the determination of the estimation equation formula. So we measured, as you can see, from 0.0, for each band, we, correlated and adjusted. As you can see, there are equation and formula applied for that analysis. So as long as we have, accurate definition for d on for denominator, those will accurately reflect the thickness and ice conditions. So anyhow, as you can see, with the ULS collected data, we have numerous comparisons. So drift, thickness, meaning that below the water surface line, the thickness of those black dots are ULS data. Maybe all these are accurate 100%, but they certainly produce a really good understanding for us to follow the trends. But all in all, they show or they generate quite similar data. So once again, based on those data collected, we made comparisons, analyzed them. So the data collected from satellites and the data we collected using upward-looking sonar devices below the water surface, the correlation we concluded that it's quite significant, and they gave us a lot of confidence in interpreting the data. Yeah, of course. Whenever you carry out research activities, there are always outliers among the data sets. So in reality, it's not just one sea ice that will be analyzed. So there are a number of sea ice we recorded. So that means we obviously have to add a process to validate the accuracy of our data. And I used to pull some strings on my personal connections that I have. The experts in Russia, and when I made a comparison, once again, it gave the similar results. So between 0.0 and 0.6. So there are some gaps, but as I mentioned before, between west and east in the Arctic region, there are some different currents flowing. That is one of the reasons why. But at the end of the day, we still validated that our outcome, research outcome, analysis outcome is quite trustworthy. And once again, to validate it for the second time, to validate our outcome, there's a book called Ice Mass Balance book. Published by a really well-credited U.S. organization. So, as you can see, there are dotted lines and hot lines. So we made comparisons, those two different sets of data, as shown on the graph on the right. So, just except a couple of cases, they almost match. So that means, these data certainly will help us have a better understanding of the sea ice conditions in the summer season. So this shows that the geographical distribution of daily summer sea ice, the draft. So from June 1st to 31st of August, on a daily basis, that's, the period is from last year. So we successfully collected, maybe this is for the first time ever in the world this is shown. Maybe I shouldn't have showed to you because this is what live streamed on YouTube, but I'm a little bit worried. But anyhow, I brought it for you. I think maybe it's okay because all the details are not disclosed here. So anyhow, once again, taking this opportunity, I'd like to highlight the importance of having really accurate understanding of the sea ice conditions in this summer season in the Arctic Ocean. So as I've shown you before, with this accurate picture, more accurate picture of the sea ice conditions in the summer season, that will certainly serve as a really good foundation for us to further develop our operation development in the Arctic Ocean. So again, from climate, researchers' point of view, how they will change, year after year. So as shown on the slide, it changes. So yes, maybe, we missed out or didn't have the quite important data in the past, but now I can assure you that we can collect, at least from now on, a more accurate data. And even we can actually calculate backward, like, retrospectively. So we can have a trend backwards in the past. And if you look at the spatial distribution from 2013 to 2021, for the first time ever in the world, once again, we are now able to have a method to calculate the thickness for the and interannual variability of sea ice draft on summer season. So this is based on the data collected. This is really meaningful. So as I explained to you, between this period, there are maximum and minimum values of Arctic mean ice draft. I think this will certainly go into history as a really important turning point and milestone. So going back to the the beginning of the presentation. So the really thick red lines. Some again to believe that as long as we have a good understanding of the our ice thickness in the winter season, maybe we can guess or estimate at least how it works in the summer season. But no longer we need to guess or just vaguely think about what will happen in the summer season. Now we have a more accurate way to analyze them. So once again, we believe this will be really useful tool for climate related research activities, also shipping and logistics activities, which is closely related to tapping into the Northern Sea route. So let me move on to the summary of my presentation once again, and just measuring the thickness of the Arctic sea ice in the summer season. Now we have developed a really good method, so we have no doubt that this will fully support the development of the Arctic Northern Sea route development and operation as an official data set, a credible data set. But still, yes, we also know that there is a room for improvement to enhance the accuracy of our data and measuring methods. So based on the international maybe research papers, I hope in the near future we will be back with more further follow-up research activities to help us better understand the ice conditions in the summer season. So with this, I'd like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
예, 좋은 발표.
Well, Dr. Kim, thank you very much for your insightful presentation. Well, it was quite interesting and fresh, perspective he shared with us. It was obviously very technology-driven presentation to understand the sea ice. Someone like me from the commercial area. So I'd like to thank you for that. It was quite interesting and easy to understand. We have last one presentation.
It will be delivered by Director Morten Larsen, Director of Arctic Operation and Technology of DNV from Norway, and his presentation will be year-round sailing via Arctic shipping routes. And please welcome him with a big round of applause. The floor is yours.
Thank you, dear ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me to this 11th International Arctic Shipping Seminar. My presentation is based on more than 15 years of my experience from working with shipping in polar waters. That has been based on research and commercial projects related to identifying and mitigating the risks related to shipping in polar waters. I've also been working a lot with the IMO Polar Code implementation. I'm responsible for that in DNV, and currently DNV has issued more than 370 polar ship certificates. Next, please. Just to note that this presentation only discusses some of the technical and operational aspects that must be considered when evaluating possible operation along the Arctic shipping routes. And this presentation does not consider the current consequences of the Russian invasion in Ukraine that has on the operation along the Northern Sea route. So, as mentioned before, currently the NSR is closed for other than Russian vessels. Next, please. There are three main routes that we normally are discussing when we are looking at the transpolar and these shipping routes. It's the Northern Sea Route along Russia, it's the Northwest Passage, and it's the Transpolar over the Polar Sea. However, the main challenges are the same for all the three routes, but there are some differences to be aware of. Next, please. The first step is to be aware of the different climate effects. Generally, when entering the polar waters, there are several climate-related issues that must be considered. Where you plan to go, you must get an overview of these different effects and how this will impact on your plans. And of course, these effects are strongly dependent on where you plan to go and the part of the season. Next, please. The second step is to identify the route-specific hazards. There are the hazards shown here are mentioned and are the basic hazards that should be considered as a part of the assessment required to do related to the polar cone. Of course, it's icing, it's low temperature, lack of crew experience, periods of darkness, high latitude, it's remote, there are limited search and rescue facilities, a lack of suitable emergency response equipment adapted for these conditions. The weather is rapidly changing, the impact on the environment, and finally, you must be aware that the risk level is depending on the geographical location and the season. Next, please. Main two parameters, and which we also have discussed here, is of course the ice, which is the main limiting factor, but also I would like to mention the effect of sea spray icing that can have significant impact on the operation of the vessel and its exposed equipment. If you operate in ice, you don't have the sea spray, but you will have it before you are entering into the ice, and after you are going out of the ice belt, there will be areas where there's a high risk for sea spray icing. Next, please. The third step is to estimate the actual risk. We know a lot about risk related to shipping from worldwide experience. Then, when moving this into polar waters, we have to identify the additional risks, shown here as the small red additional factors. And when we have the complete risk factor picture in polar waters, then we must find measures to mitigate this additional unacceptable risk so that we can come down to more or less the same risk level that we have outside polar areas. Next, please. So, what are the basic issues to be considered when we are evaluating the Arctic shipping route as an alternative? The main argument for using the northern routes is that it's shorter distance, which again will result in shorter sailing time and less fuel consumed. Traditionally, the main driver has been to save money. But with the increasing environmental requirements and focus on reduced emissions, the shorter route may also result in less emissions for the transported goods compared with other routes. So if you look at the greenhouse gas efficiency simplified by taking the weight of the transported goods and divide it with the distance. Of course, when the shorter distance will have a positive effect. But we need to evaluate the additional risks and the costs involved and compare that with a shorter distance and see if this operating along one of the Arctic routes is more beneficial from an economic point of view than going outside polar areas. Next, please. However, there are several factors that will influence on the cost that must be considered. The main cost is that the vessel must be designed for the planned operation, taking the significant seasonal and annual variations into consideration. If you plan for a year-round operation, you have to design for the anticipated worst and extreme ice conditions. Ice strengthening and ice class adds steel weight and increases the building cost of a vessel. The propellers have to be stronger and will therefore be less efficient in open water. And if you design the vessel with an ice-breaking bow, of course the hydrodynamic efficiency in open water will be decreased compared to ship optimized for open water. So, and generally there is a need for much more power in ice, which you don't need outside the polar waters. And finally, you need to winterize the vessel, that is to adapt the equipment to the conditions that you plan to operate under. So generally, we can say that vessels designed for operation in heavy ice or in heavy polar conditions are only competitive in polar conditions or in ice. Next, please. Some more factors that we need to consider is that a vessel designed for seasonal operation must for every season decide when to start and end the season based on the actual condition. For example, if you have a more heavy ice during the spring or the autumn, you might require that the vessel must use an alternative route compared to the polar route due to these unforeseen ice conditions. And then you have to reroute it, which implies more waiting time and longer distances. So it can be difficult to plan for when to start and when you can have the last trip if you go for seasonal operation. There are also possible additional time to wait for icebreaker and often not the optimum vessel speed is obtained if you have to go for a convoy, which is typical for the Northern Sea route. You wait for the icebreaker and you go in a convoy. And there's always a risk for ice damages to hull and propeller. We heard that there will be less ice in the future, but there will always be ice in the polar waters during the winter, and this will break up, it will drift around, and depending on the weather and other conditions, there will always be a risk to find some ice in polar water, especially during the spring and autumn. Training requirements, only today the Polar Code requires training for for the officers on watch and not for the whole crew. And vessels must comply with the IMO Polar Code and have a valid polar ship certificate. Next, please. So what about year-round sailing along Northern Sea Route and the Northwest Passage? Northwest Passage, not feasible today. It's only summer. There are no organized icebreaker assistance along the Northwest Passage. And the icebreakers are only available and very limited during the summer season to support local shipping. NSR open for vessels with the right ice classes, but you need a permit from the administration. It must be designed for the worst condition during the planned operation. Icebreaker service available, and normally all vessels must follow a convoy. There can be delays due to the limited icebreaker availability, and that must be included when you look at the logistics. And periods with extreme low temperatures must be expected. Next, please. Transpolar, direct over the pole. This route is not used today due to the prevailing ice conditions. It will require very high ice classes if you plan to do year-round operation. Ships with high ice class and ice-breaking possibilities. The advantage is that this is in international waters, no limiting national requirements. There are no icebreakers available, no or very limited search and rescue resources available. But the future reduced ice in polar waters may make this route more feasible in the future, especially during the summer season, but still heavy winter conditions. Next, please. So to summarize, with the NSR closed, year-round operation is not feasible today. Summer operation along the Northwest Passage possible, but limited SAR and icebreaker resources available. Ice can be a problem even during the summer, and it can be quite unpredictable, as we saw in the last presentation. Due to the wind conditions in the polar areas, there will be ice drifting from the central polar areas towards the coast of north of Canada and Alaska, which can make this area quite difficult. Transpolar will, even during the summer season, require vessels with highest polar ice classes and icebreaker capabilities, increased cost, weight, and what I have mentioned earlier. And so the vessels designed for transpolar operation will not be competitive outside polar areas and will require reloading to regular ships. Meaning that if you have a ship designed for heavy polar operation, it should be operating in heavy polar operations. Less ice is expected in polar waters in the future, somewhat thinner during the winter, less multi-year ice, but more drifting ice and new ice conditions that we need to consider. And still, the ice information we get about the detailed ice conditions along a route are not too good, but more satellites will improve this in the future so that we can get better and higher quality on the detailed ice maps, which will reduce the risk for ice damages and getting stuck in the ice in the future. Next, please. So with this, thank you for your attention, and If you have questions, we will take that in the discussion after the next session. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. So that was the presentation from Mr. Larsen from DNV. And your So I think this is a very good a presentation to move us to the next session dealing with the commercial aspect of the Arctic sea routes. And he explains a lot about the additional risks and how to manage and mitigate the such risks. And then he also touched upon that the risks, whether it is really feasible compared to the feasibility. But the advantage is reduced cost and lower emission, and those were compared with the other factors that are required for the vessels to be operated in the polar seas. And I believe this moves us to the next session, which will deal with the commercial aspect of the Arctic Sea route or Arctic shipping. And the ice-class vessels, when they are operated outside of the polar water, they are less competitive, so it's better to operate them in the form of transshipment. Thank you for your insightful presentation.
Once again, I'd like to thank Professor Yoon for moderating this session 2. With this, we will conclude session 2. We will take about 20-minute break, and please be back by 3:55 at Korea time, so that we will resume with the session 3, the last session. Once again, thank you very much.
잠시 후 제11회 북극 항로 국제 세미나
We're going to get started with the third session of the International Arctic Shipping Seminar of this year, and I'd like to ask the participants to be seated. Thank you.
시작하겠습니다.
We are now getting started with the third session of the 11th International Arctic Shipping Seminar, and the session is on the international joint research, and we have 3 presentations. And I'm going to invite the moderator of this session, Professor Park Ho-chul from Korea Maritime and Oceans University. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good afternoon. I'll be moderating the third session, and my name is Park Ho-chul. And we've seen many things happening in and around the country, and this year is about to wrap up. And I hope the darkness is scattered away and the brightness comes in. And this seminar last year was held online because of the pandemic, and this year, although partially online, we are sitting in this conference room and holding this event offline in person. And this session is about joint research on the Arctic shipping routes and the economic aspects of the Arctic shipping will be the focus of this session. And we have 3 presenters for the session. And I'd like to invite Professor G.I. Wei on the economic feasibility of operating the Arctic ship route. And the second presenter is Professor Hae-young Jia from Shipping and Logistics of NHH of Norway on container shipping, KPEX, and fuel consumption concerning NSR. And last but not least, we're going to have Professor Hong Sung-won presenting us on Korea's response to Russia's northern transit corridor and container ship operations. And after the presentations, we're going to have Mr. Park Tae-seok and another team leader for the panel discussion. Without further ado, we're going to begin the presentations.
지아웨이 교수님께 발표를 부탁드리겠습니다.
Professor G.I. Wei, I'd like to ask you to deliver your presentation. Now the floor is yours, and as already introduced, the topic of your presentation is the economic feasibility of operating the Arctic shipping routes. So I think the screen now shows the name of Professor Jang Wan, but unfortunately now we have different speakers. So to that end, I'd like to ask for your understanding to the participants. So again, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Professor Park.
예, 발표를 계속 하시면 될 것 같습니다.
Yes, please continue. We are ready.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. 안녕하세요. I'm Jia Wei from Shanghai Maritime University. On behalf of Professor Zheng Wan, I'm here to present our work on economic analysis of container shipping on the North Sea route. And instead of make it a pure academic report, we want it to think from the perspective of shipping companies. And the next slide, please. I will give a brief introduction and about the background and the current status of the container shipping practice on the NSR, and based on the sailing feasibility under the NSTC project, we made an economic evaluation in comparison with the traditional route through the Suez Canal route. And finally, I will draw some conclusions. Next, please. And as we all know, over the past decades, the traffic volumes on the North Sea route have grown rapidly, and it reached nearly 33 million tons per year last year. But the Russian government is more ambiguous. It sets a goal to be 80 million per ton per year 2 years later to reach this goal. So in order to make it into reality, they made so many projects. One of the most important is the Northern Sea Transit Corridor projects, and it strengthens this route from the hardware to software, from the construction of the icebreakers to the information platform. But one thing we need to bear in mind is that they want to build 2 transit hubs, as this picture in the left show. One in Murmansk for the European side, and one in the Petropavlovsk on the Kamchatka island, and for the far east side. And between these 2 ports, they want to offer a shuttle services for the container shipping. So it leaves 2 options for shipping companies. One is let Russia to control the North Sea route and then make the shuttle services by themselves. And they just provide feeder service at the European side and at the far east side. And another option is to take part in the container transit on the North Sea route from Asia to Europe. And next slide, please. Okay, before we come to our economic evaluation, I want to introduce some current status about container activities through the NSR. As we can see from the table, last decades, we can really find container shipping, container transit on the NSR. Just 2 transits in 2011 and controlled by the Russian company based in Murmansk from Dudinka, a rubber port on the half of the North Sea route to China. And Musk takes this pilot voyage in 2018 from Busan to Bremerhaven in Germany. And in these years, it is controlled by the Atomflot, an affiliated company of Rosatom, by Samoput, and from Murmansk to St. Petersburg or to Petropavlovsk. And the next, please. Okay, for the current regular container shipping on the NSR, there is only one vessel named Samoput. It's a nuclear cargo ship, and with a very old age. It was first delivered in 1988 and nearly 34 years old, and it converted to Atomflot since 2008, and it provides regular services every year. The vessel is with a capacity with 1,300 TEU, not a very big one, but it is the fastest as recorded on the NSR route. Let's see the picture, the table on the below. We can see that most of the time, especially in winter, she always stays at the port of Murmansk and start from the middle of June. And she began her voyage from Murmansk to St. Petersburg, nearly 1 week, and back to Murmansk in 1 week, and take only half a month from Murmansk to Petropavlovsk, that is to transit the NSR route. So it is the fastest one recorded on the NSR for the current regular shipping. Next. And next, please. And so, based on those things, there are different attitudes from different shipping companies. One is very negative, especially for MSC, CMA, CGM, and they think it is not a commercial alternative route due to so many uncertainties. The weather, the extreme weather, the oil pollution, the noise pollution, and for the Arctic region, so many concerns. And the same as conclusion can be made by some Japanese and Korean companies as we investigated. And another attitude is from Musk. It used to be nature neutral, but after it sent a container ship in 2018, and it thinks it's not profitable to sailing the NSR route. So it's a one-off trip. After that, Musk joined the former attitude. But some companies still think it is profitable and very optimistic on the NSR route, especially for the Chinese state-owned companies, COSCO Shipping. And it thinks it's a strategic channel and make it economically viable. first voyage is made in the 2013 and sent the vessel named Yongshen to cross the NSR and make some profits. And after 2 years later, she made a round trip, and year by year, more and more vessels joined in the team on the NSR. And in 2021, last year, the voyage reached 14. However, most of the vessels are general cargo or heavy lift vessels, not for container ones. The containers are only loaded on the general cargo, several containers. Next, please. So, the feasibility of the regular NSR container shipping, we divide into 3 parts according to the NSTC project. First, for the icebreaker support, as introduced by the former speaker, and most of the, we can see the 2 pictures are below. Most of the icebreakers were deployed in the Kara Sea and in the winter period. And for the summer period, some nuclear icebreakers were sent to serve the transit routes on the NSR. But to strengthen their icebreaker fleet, and the Russian has a project 2220, and with the icebreakers with 34 meters wide, which can serve nearly a 5,000 TEU container ship. And for a future, they have project 10501 for a bigger icebreaker. We call it Leader, and it will be delivered as planned, if all goes well, in 2027, 5 years later. The beam of the Leader is about 47 meters, which can serve a more than 10,000 TEU container ship. Okay, that's the icebreaker fleet. Next. And as per the port infrastructure, they have completed the reconstruction of the Port Pavik, Port Sabita, and on the North Sea route. But most of the infrastructure now is for the energy and the national defense, really for the container transit. As per the 2 transit hubs, Port of Murmansk, we can see on the picture that on the left side, there is a transshipment terminal on the east berth and north berth for Murmansk. So, but the ship it can hold is only 3,000 TEU. We often make a call to a shipping agency in Russia, and she thinks it is not ready for bigger container ships in Murmansk. It's a nightmare for them. And for the port of Petropavlovsk, Kamchatsky Island, and it's on the transshipment complex it can hold. However, there are 5 months with the ice cover. We need the icebreaker support for a commercial usage. And the next page, please. And with regard to the container fleet, we say it's only on a paperwork. Prepare a preliminary feasible study, national support plan, and annual monitor. They all have been commenced, but however, as far as we know, there are no contract, no orders for the new building plan for container ships. Because according to Rosatom, they will send a pilot ship in 2 years later for a 6,000 TEU vessel. However, until now, there is no evidence to show that there is a new building plan. Next, please. And also for the ice condition, NSR is impossible from the perspective of shipping companies to open for navigation throughout the year. And although the ice extent is shrinking year by year, the open days of NSR, the longest days recorded is 153 days, nearly 5 months. So for the shipping companies, a seasonal container shipping is more available. Next, please. So based on, as my aforementioned, these background and current status, we conduct an economic evaluation with a traditional mode, a classical mode, cost-benefit analysis with the scenarios as following. And we choose a route between Far East and Europe, let's say Shanghai and Rotterdam. And a post-Panama container ship can be deployed as the biggest one on the route now. And it's a Polar Class 7 standard. And we also choose a 5-month navigation window from July the 1st to November the 13th. and to use this time window to offer a regular container ship. The port of NSR is Shanghai, Murmansk, Busan, Murmansk, Rotterdam, Hamburg, Murmansk, or it also can be converted to Petropavlovsk, Busan, and Shanghai. And port for the SCR is a very classic Asia-Europe Express from COSCO Shipping: Shanghai, Ningbo, Yantian, Flagstone, Hamburg, Rotterdam, Hong Kong, and Shanghai. And in the model, we include the capital cost, operational cost, voyage cost, and in the capital cost, we have set two situations: the self-owned ships and the hired ships. Okay, next. Here is our cost structure of our model. We have crew wage, insurance, maintenance, port disbursement account, management, tariffs and tools, capital cost, and fuel cost. And all the data are the recent data according to current market change. For example, for the crew wage, due to the COVID-19, the crew wage has increased a lot because it becomes a heavy burden of shipping companies. And according to our investigation, the average crew wage is around 150,000 per month for a 20 cruise ship, and we add a 10% for NSR routes. And for the tariffs and tools, we search for the official website with the latest data and achieved the latest tariffs and tools. And for the fuel cost, we use the very low sulfur fuel oil and marine gas oil, so on and so forth. That's all we make the cost evaluation. Next page, please. So let's make a short summary about the comparison between the North Sea route and the Suez Canal route. Since the distance for a round trip via the NSR is 25% shorter than the Suez Canal route, so it can make 0.5 loop more by the NSR. So with similar load factors, the NSR can transit more containers and make it have more revenue. So under the hired situation, let's see the cost structure. The fuel costs account for nearly 35% of the total cost on the NSR, and it's reached for 42% for the SAR. Due to the long distance, it costs more for the SCR. And the capital cost is account for 36 or 37% of the total cost on the NSR, and reduced to 32% compared with SCR. And the tariffs and tools are similarly on the two routes. So finally, we got the unit transportation cost in the hired situation and self-owned situation. We can see that the unit cost of the NSR is lower, both in the hired and self-owned situation. And the cost gap is enlarged under the self-owned situation. Okay, next page, please. Since all the parameters fluctuate, so we make a sensitivity analysis in the fuel cost, insurance, NSR tariff, and the load factor. First, let's see the fuel cost in the table. We can see that a 20% increase will erode the NSR's competitiveness. So it will likely happen because, sorry, back please. It will likely happen in the future because the data we use in the model is a 3-year average. And if we choose a 1-year average, let's say in this year, the very low sulfur fuel oil price reached about 900 USD per ton, just a double in our model. So it is very likely to be happening. So for a single or a 1-year voyage on the NSR, it cannot be profitable. You have to offer regular and long-term services for shipping companies to cover the fuel cost. And for the NSR tariffs, a 40% increase will decrease the competitiveness of NSR. And it also will be because, with more new icebreakers come into service, the capital burden of the Russian companies will increase. So it all depends on the bargaining power with Russia. And for the insurance cost, it didn't change too much. And finally, for the load factor, we can see that it's very important for the shipping company's revenue. A 10% decrease will also erode the NSR competitiveness. But for the time value of NSR, the companies will try everything to reach the load factor. For example, they can make one more port calling to increase the load factor. So that's our sensitivity analysis. And the next, please. Based on our sensitivity analysis, we draw the conclusion as following. And is it profitable for a year-round, regular, and safe navigation on the NSR? Our answer is no, because they have so many uncertainties, and they even have suffering from a financial budget for the Russian government to build so many icebreakers. And it is more profitable for the seasonal container transport through NSR for the shipping companies. We can see this table that the profit per TEU is around, under the high situation, it is 24 USD more than the Suez Canal, and it increased to 53 more under the owned situation. But let's think, is it attractive enough for the shipping companies to open such a route with so many uncertainties? So in our view, we think with larger ships, maybe in the future, they can offer and provide such kind of service because they can make much more revenues and more profit. Let's say, and if the leader icebreaker come into service, because on the traditional Far East European route, the average ship size is around 8,000 to 10,000. So if the NSR route can hold container ships more than 10,000, so it will be clearly that it's attractive for shipping companies. Okay, that's all. Thank you. 감사합니다.
Well, once again, thank you, Professor Jiawei Ge, for your insightful presentation. Well, yes, as a regular participant in the Arctic shipping seminar, based on the economic feasibility analysis, based on the really credible data, it's really impressive. You certainly did a great work. Thank you for sharing with us. And I believe, the participants, most of you already understand that. But just to remind you, let me briefly summarize the presentation. Well, first of all, using the NSR, he briefly shared with us the kind of history of the voyages made through the NSR. Roughly about 10-year period. Well, what personally I felt quite relative is that the shipping companies in Europe, what they think about the using NSR, it's quite interesting. So as you already know, the largest one, NSC and Maersk, so their view on utilizing NSR, it's quite important for all of us. So yes, many agree that due to the environmental concerns, still many are quite pessimistic, looking at the NSR as a really viable alternative. So as already explained in the presentation, Maersk, they carried out a kind of a pilot or experimental navigation through the NSR, but they concluded that it's not, at the moment at least, not economical. So, as far as I remember, the previous CEO of Maersk, said a couple of years ago that if one shipping company, is successful, to operating through the NSR, it's not relevant to Maersk. That means Maersk will not be the first one who will say, okay, NSR is, economically, profitable. So, but it's quite, the good news that at least COSCO Shipping has a quite positive, perspective on utilizing the NSR, to thinking it's a strategically important and commercially viable. So again, to have a really safe, year-round operation through the NSR, the icebreaker ice court is really important, and also, securing ice class and ice-breaking capacity or equipped, container ships. So again, that is closely related to cost. So to that end, it was quite informative and beneficial to look at all the, the key parameters in terms of costs. Including the fuel cost, the load factor, and port and route tariffs. So all in all, what I felt is that, so yes, just having seasonal operation or navigation, meaning just a summertime, at least during that period, it's quite clear that the NSR is quite competitive or relatively competitive if you compare against the conventional Suez Canal. So again, it was a really insightful presentation that containing valuable data, and which were obviously not easy for us to access. So once again, thank you very much.
Now I will invite the second presenter, and she is joining us online. And that's Professor Heying Jia from Norway, and she will be presenting us on the container shipping, KPEX, and fuel consumption concerning NSR. Professor Jia, are you ready for the presentation? Please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you very much. My name again, Heying Jia. I'm from Norwegian School of Economics. It's a great pleasure to attend this event. I'm very happy to share with you some thoughts and analytical results on the expected capital expenditure and fuel consumption for the container shipping industry if or when the Northern Sea Route is fully operational for the industry on a mass scale. Next, please. So the flow of my talk is as such. First, I will start at answering the question, what do we have in the current container ship fleet, including ordinary and ice-class container ships? The second, I will illustrate how the analysis is performed. Finally, I'll present you the results with why I say what I say and what are the implications. Next, please. Before going into details, the success of the Northern Sea Route is dependent on, above everything, a secure geopolitical environment, as we all agree. To have flourishing international trade via a certain trading route, friction should be avoided and reduced. This trade friction includes, of course, for example, sanctions, blockage, or barriers that are negative for transportation security and transparency. And parties involved in the trade, including cargoes, owners, ship owners, and crews, need to be safe and also have certain predictability. Also, the Northern Sea Route as a trading route would require sufficient investment from multiple stakeholders. The trading route would not flourish if it's only being sailed by a few ships and used by limited ship owners. So when demand increases, the software and hardware of the route can improve, which will then benefit all the stakeholders. And moreover, the development of the route, the Northern Sea Route, needs to have a positive environmental impact on top of being economically feasible for stakeholders, so that the development can fit well in the environmental focus and stay sustainable in the long run. Next, please. So to answer the question, what do we have? Let's have a look at the current container ship fleet. The first, the ice-class container ships. We follow the Swedish and Finnish ice-class system. According to Clarkson's World Fleet Register, currently we have in total 17 vessels with IA, IB, and IC classes. And size ranges between 3,000 and 4,000 TEU. The IA corresponds to Arc 4 and 5 in the Russian system, IB corresponds to ICE 3, and IC is ICE 2. And then there are about 300 vessels with Category 2 class container ships, in size ranging between 4,000 to 11,000 TEU. So given that the ice-free days in the Northern Sea route have increased to 88 days, as we know, in 2020, and scientists have predicted that the Arctic could be ice-free by 2040, and the summer sea ice could disappear as early as 2035. So we have the view that the Category 2 ice class vessels could be very much in demand. Therefore, in the following analysis, the above 300 ice class vessels, including from IA to Category 2, are treated as one group, without differentiating among the classes. So the fleet profile with regards to age, size, new building price, and fuel consumption ton per day is compared to the ordinary container ships. Then to sum up, the ice class container ship fleet has the year of build between 2006 and 2013. We have design speed between 19 and 25 knots, new building price between 40 million to 130 million US dollar. And the fuel consumption ranges from 40 to 310 tons per day. Next, please. Now, let's take a look at the ordinary container ship fleet, which basically represents the capacity supply for containerized cargo seaborne transportation. And the details of the fleet are shown in the table. There are about 2,200 vessels currently, size ranging from 3,000 to 24,000 TEU, with an average age of 12 years. With the current large order book, the average age will become younger in the next few years. So when the NSR is fully utilized, this vessel capacity is then subject to be replaced by ice-class vessels. That's the idea behind the analysis. So that's the foundation for the following analysis. In other words, the ordinary container ship fleet profile, including size, new building price, and fuel consumption, is firstly compared to the ice-class vessels. And then a simulation is performed to answer the question, what if ice-class vessels are utilized on the Northern Sea route to place the ordinary container vessels on the traditional Suez Canal route? Next, please. So now we perform a statistical comparison of new building price and fuel consumption between ordinary and ice-class container ships. In both of these graphs, the red bars represent the ice-class vessels at different size categories for new building price on the left and fuel consumption on the right. And the dark blue bars represent the comparable ordinary container ships within the same size category. The light blue bars represent the large container ships above 12,000 TEU that do not have comparables in the ice class. So the left graph answers the question, do ice class vessels cost more to build? The answer is, it depends on the size. The statistical test results suggest for the larger vessels between 6,000 to 12,000 TEU, it is more capital intensive to build ice class vessels, but not for the smaller size, 3,000 to 6,000 TEU category. And then the right side graph answers the question, do ice class vessels consume more bunker fuel? The results show again, for the larger size vessels, the answer is yes, but not for the 3,000 to 6,000 TEU size category. The fuel consumption for larger size ice class vessels is much higher than ordinary vessels. For the 9,000 to 12,000 TEU category, ice class vessels consume on average 64 tons per day more fuel than ordinary vessels. And the results are consistent when we control the year field, i.e. for the same age vessels. So far we've seen the supply side. Then what about the demand? And next, please. According to trade data, the eastbound trade volume between Europe and Far East is 7.4 million TEU in 2022, and the forecasted volume will be similar in 2023, and the westbound trade volume between the two regions is 16.6 million TEU. So in principle, in theory, part of the total trade volume of 24 million TEU is eligible to be transported via the Northern Sea route. Of course, conditional on the opening days and supply capacity, etc. Another point I'd like to quickly draw your attention is that if we assume trade grows at 3% per annum, the trade volume will be 130% more of the current volume in 2050. In other words, the trade volume will double in 23 years. So any efforts we make today need to consider the compounding effect in trade growth. Next, please. Now, so let's run a simulation so that the transportation supply, the fleet capacity, meets the trade demand via the Northern Sea route and Suez Canal route on certain conditions. So the idea of the simulation is that if X number million of TEU is transported on the Northern Sea route, how many ice-class vessels are needed, given the sailing speed and the vessel size? In the simulation model, Northern Sea route is assumed to be open between 60 to 120 days. That is 2 to 4 months. So it's seasonal. And we assume even trade demand distribution throughout the year. That means, for example, in the case of 90 days NSR being open, that is a quarter of a year in time, so that a quarter of the demand of 24 million TEU can be transported via the Northern Sea in theory. So obviously, ordinary container ships continue to trade on the Suez Canal route, and ice-class ships trade on the Northern Sea route with various size combinations and sailing speed scenarios. And you can see the parameters in the table. The other parameters we included are 28% distance shortening between the two routes, 5 days, 7 to 25 knots, a speed range, and the size availability is based on the current fleet profile, which I have shown you in the beginning. That is, ice-class vessels stay below 11,500 TEU, and ordinary container ships can go up to 24,000 TEU. So the question we try to answer is, with the fully operational Northern Sea route at varying opening durations between 2 to 4 months in the summer, how much the industry needs to invest in the ice-class vessels to replace the ordinary vessels? And the next question is, what is the impact on total fuel consumption? Next, please. So what do we find? 2 words to summarize. Size matters. Compared to ordinary vessels at size smaller than 12,000 TEU, replacing them with ice-class vessels does not increase the overall CapEx. But to replace larger vessels, it would cost the industry much more. The reason is the famous economies of scale. So compared to one 20,000 TEU container ship. To build two of 10,000 TEU ships would cost much more than one mega ship. But for a 10,000 TEU container ship, even though it costs slightly more to build a similar size ice-class vessel, the quicker turnaround, driven by shorter distance on the Northern Sea route, compensates the slightly higher CapEx. So utilizing larger ice-class vessels, as we heard from the previous speaker, Northern route, makes better economic sense due to the economies of scale. The condition is that the new building price difference between ordinary and ice-class vessels stays stable, as we have seen in the fleet in the past. If there's a structure change in shipbuilding, for example, a drastic decrease of new building price for ice-class ships, the result will be, of course, different. And moreover, the simulation results show that utilizing the Northern Sea route reduces fuel consumption and, of course, emission overall, with very rare exception of comparing to the mega ships above 20,000 TEU. This is attributed to the nearly 30% distance reduction, which of course compensates the moderately higher fuel consumption for ice-class ships on the vessel basis. Next, please. So, in an ideal world, mega ships sail on the Suez Canal route and smaller to medium vessels traffic can be diverted to the Northern Sea route when it is open, so that the overall CapEx for the industry does not increase and the total emission is reduced due to the shorter distance. Another aspect is that the development in the Northern Sea route fits well in the green transition. Apart from lower emission mentioned above, the route also provides a better way to transport energy sources in the Arctic. You see the oil transportation. It may also incentivize planning and investment in alternative fueled vessels, including ice-class and icebreakers and ordinary vessels. But of course, challenges remain, as we know, the dominance of one country in the route, the navigation safety in the Arctic, rescue and salvage efforts in the extreme weather conditions, and the investment in related infrastructures. So this concludes my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation. Well, like the first presentation, your presentation is very insightful. And if we had more time, we wish we could have more detailed information about your presentation. We are about 10 minutes behind our schedule, and maybe next time, please enlighten us what you will study a little bit more. Thank you for your presentation, Professor Jia. In particular, you ran the simulation to analyze the economic aspect of the NSR. So that was very insightful, and thank you very much for your presentation.
Okay, now we will move on to the third presentation. It will be delivered by Professor Hong Sang-won under the topic of Korea's response to Russia's Northern Transit Corridor, called NTC in short, and contained ship containers. His presentation will also include, countermeasures from South Korea. So please welcome Professor Hong with a warm round of applause. Okay, once again, hello everyone. My name is Hong Sang-won. I'm a professor at Yongsan University. As already introduced, the topic of my presentation today is Korea's response to Northern Transit Corridor and container shipping in relation to the NRS, Northern Sea Route, NSR regulations by the Russian government. So, as you already know, the Russian government has already implemented a number of regulations related to operation throughout the Northern Sea route. So to that end, I'd like to briefly share with you what we are doing in Korea. So I will start my presentation with a brief introduction of the NSR navigation, followed by Russian government's NSR development plans, and also to share with you NTC trends and international joint researches on the NSR, and to conclude my presentation with the strategies and countermeasures. So this is, produced on an annual basis. So as shown on the slide, yes, we have still, some more weeks before we wrap up this year. But as you can see, we expect to have about, 34,000, TU, a little bit, down from previous years. So, this is also lower than our, anticipation or target, roughly 83%, if I remember correctly. So once again, it's not a big, gap, but due to the crisis in Ukraine, the international transit was almost, non-existent this year. And this slide shows the comparison of the number of applications for NSR navigation by ship's flag. So the blue bars represent the trend last year. So compared to previous year, the number of vessels applied for approval to navigate through NSR decreased quite a lot, as you can see, in particular foreign flagships. And if you look at Netherlands and Norway, those vessels from these countries were mainly employed for dredging and construction activities. Due to time constraints, I will just briefly summarize my presentation. So there is the Russian nuclear container vessel called Flot. So this vessel traveled 2 times, once in the spring and recently the second time. So in the first navigation, the vessel didn't carry much cargo volume, roughly 10%. But the second navigation, it carried around 90% of the cargo volume. So some of the cargo exported to East Asia. The significance here I can share with you is that as we move forward, what the Russian government and Rosatom anticipate in the future is that to fully utilize the NSR and also NTC, that they now plan to make the right foundations, make good preparations. So this slide also shows the Arctic project. So in the Russian Arctic, maybe the Arctic LNG2 is one of the essential project there. So to that end, obviously Chinese shipyards are producing a number of modules to that end. So I believe about 90 modules were constructed, some of them transported, but this project cargo, heavy lift cargo, since many Western or the European shipping companies, and they withdrew, so not all of them were transported. So again, then this slide shows delayed infrastructure development for the Northern Sea route. So again, many Western vessels were involved in the dredging and construction activities in the Russian Arctic region. Unfortunately, due to the current crisis in Ukraine and also sanctions imposed on Russia, many of them withdrew. And this slide explains Northwest Passage and Wagenborg's continuous use of the NSR. So once again, Northwest Passage is just operational as usual. So cargo, loaded from China, they are transported, and from Canada, PERP, they are still without a major disruption, well transported. Some of them are actually exported to South Korea as well. And second, let me move on to Russian government's NSR development plans. So back in 2019, December, this was already announced, but recently there were some updates or revisions. So now that they introduce some specific measures, policy measures, and let me briefly share with you. There are 5 main sectors of the plan. So first one is to establish a really robust cargo base. So regarding promoting the international transit in the NSR, based on the Russian government's plan, the Russian container shipping company is expected to be established. That's planned in 2024. Initial plan was to have it established in 2025, but as part of Russian government's NTC project, ice breaking capacity, the fleet will be established. But again, due to various geopolitical developments, this plan will be delivered later than expected. So this slide shows NSR cargo traffic by 2024. As I already explained to you, this year the cargo traffic decreased slightly, and a couple of years from now we still anticipate that there will be some difficulties still remaining. And this slide shows Northern Sea Route's resource bases. There are several projects in place. Actually, previous speakers mentioned as well, the Russian government, their main target is to export the energy sources developed and extracted from the Arctic region to the European nations and also to Asia. But this, ice class container ships, if they are not provided enough in volume, in numbers, then obviously there will be some difficulties as well. And the building new icebreakers, there are already planned schedules, timelines, and which vessel will be deployed for which products are already well defined in advance. But in fact, these ice class or icebreakers will be enough to support the increasing international transit. There's a big question mark, to be honest with you. And this is based on the data announced from Rosatom in July. I have not looked into much in detail, but if you look at the table, financing structure for each sector. So as you can see, off-budget financing is quite large. So this clearly shows that there will be quite heavy burden on the shoulders of the resource developers, non-Russian resource developers. And about 90 years ago, we should go back. So back then there was a kind of a uniform. That means, the system, the control system, that means, more power or control given to the central government. Now Russia is going back to that system. So, in our institute, we are constantly monitoring what's happening in the, Northern Transit Corridor. It's not that complicated. So transshipment hubs in Murmansk and Vladivostok. These two ports are serving as main transshipment hubs. And between Murmansk and Vladivostok, with just conventional vessels. But Murmansk and Vladivostok, these routes will be actually navigated by the ice-class vessels. And there are kind of combination of the conventional and ice-class container ships. So Busan Port Authority, they announced an initiative to actually invest about $2 billion of investment. So we are also monitoring as well, but no details are disclosed yet. So this slide briefly explains the NTC icebreaking container ships. Arc 8, 5,650 TEU, but the building schedule is a little bit delayed. So that means the pilot shipping schedule will be delayed as well by 1 year. And in Murmansk, roughly 1 million TEU per year, we believe will be handled. And in the port of Vladivostok, 1.6 million TEU throughput will be available as they build or reinforced infrastructure there. And Tesco, Sasko, and they are really eager. The Russian government is very eager to reinforce their infrastructure and attract more cargo volumes. So previous speakers already mentioned on this, so I will skip this part and let me touch upon this one actually. So the same goes here. SNIMP, the economic, feasibility studies are was introduced in previous presentations. So once again, we all would like to have, year-round, regular, safe, operation through the NSR. Will that be possible, feasible? So obviously, there are, economic comparisons between the NSR and the conventional Suez route. We also looked into that as well. So, do we have enough cargo volumes to secure the economic feasibility? Last but not least, regarding the container ship operation through the NSR in South Korea in particular, what are the countermeasures required for Busan Port Authority? So there are several scenarios that we can actually take into account. There are three, and just to simplify it. So first one is that, of course, the key parameter here is that when this crisis in Ukraine will end, and subsequent sanctions imposed on Russia, when they will be lifted. And for NTC projects, will it attract, the same level of investment from foreign countries and companies? So if you look at the crisis in Ukraine, even if it ends, in the near future, if the sanctions imposed on Russia still continue, remain in place, then still it will pose a great challenge for all the stakeholders to develop or operate through the NSR. And if this current situation continues, for a long-term period, still there will be great challenges ahead. But among the three scenarios, maybe relatively positive one is the scenario 3, prolonged crisis. There's one scenario is that all the end of a Ukrainian crisis and the lifting of sanctions against Russia in the near future. So the Western companies and their investment and cargo volumes are returning to the NSR, then once again it will be opening the doors for more opportunities. But still, the port infrastructure is still not enough. So we are keeping a really close eye on the infrastructure. This current status in the Vladivostok in particular. Again, they need a lot of investment, and certainly there's a really big room for improvement. So I think I missed out just one point here. The Western sanctions imposed on Russia, if it stays as they do now, obviously, there are pro-Russian countries. Namely Russia, Arab Emirates recently joined the ranks, and Turkey as well. And there are a couple of Eastern European countries. So from what we see, the relationship between Russia and China, the collaboration between the two countries will be strengthened. If the current situation remains the same, that means ports in China and the network with Vladivostok port will be strengthened. And if you look at the situation in Busan port, Busan port is well known for transshipment of container cargo. So in the Far East Asia, I think we should still maintain our strategies to serve as the hub, transshipment hub. So to summarize my presentation, back in 2014, they just announced that their target is to achieve 80 million tons of NSR cargo traffic. But as I already mentioned, this is a really tough, goal to achieve, considering the current situation and the Russian government's their NTC project. Without having close collaboration or involvement and investment from the Western world, it's really difficult to deliver that project as well as planned. And as already mentioned by previous speakers, in particular, regarding economic feasibility, yes, it is still true that there is seasonal limitations. At least we need to have 8-month window for operation, but it's only 5 months at the moment based on the analysis available. So back in 2018, Venta Maersk, they navigated as a pilot project, I think it was about the 3 months back then. But again, we should have a more wider window of operation throughout the NSR. So last not but least, the Russian government, meaning, Rosatom, more specifically Rosatom Cargo, it's a logistics, subsidiary of Rosatom. Their plan to attract and operate a cargo, shipping, if they actually run smoothly as planned, I think Busan Port should also be well prepared to tap into that opportunity. Once again, it is essential for us to secure the, high level of a transshipment cargo. So we need to fully, utilize the, cargo volume from the Chinese ports and also in the Eastern Asian region, so that we can once again, take us one step further to serve as a really important hub port in Northeast Asia. Thank you for listening. Professor Hon, thank you very much for your presentation. Again, to NSR Transit, I think there's no one who has better knowledge than you. So it was really, good information that you shared with us. But unfortunately, geopolitical, conditions at the moment, that poses great challenges to that end. And regarding NTC project, you shared with us the current status, the history, and also, the way forward. So yes, the previous two speakers shared with us a little bit different perspectives. Even though NSR, operational periods are shortened, still the economic feasibility, there are some mixed kind of pictures. Some positive, some negative. But Professor Hong, as far as I heard, had still relatively pessimistic, view on that. So regarding NTC project, there are related or the stakeholders of countries. So yes, it's quite, it's a sensitive issue to talk about. India, Turkey, and China. Yes, so-called, pro-Russian countries. If China has a great interest or increasing interest in the NTC project, if they are interested in making investments even, I think the port of Busan maybe have a little bit of a complicated situation to respond to. But in conclusion, if you look at the NTC project, despite these challenges and bottlenecks, still the port of Busan to remain as the transshipment hub port in Northeast Asia, we still have to make efforts as well. So we cannot just sit back and do nothing. So once again, this wraps up the session 3.
We are going to get started with the panel discussion right away. And the presenters and the discussants, including Director of Sinocor Merchant Marine and Mr. Lee Dong-wook from Unical Logics, please come up to the stage for the panel discussion. And the moderator of the panel discussion will be Professor Park Ho-chul, and I'd like to ask Professor Park to sit on the stage. And Dr. Kim Hyun-chul, please come up to the stage for the panel discussion.
그리고 종합 토론은
And we are going to invite the presenters who are joining us online to the panel discussion as well. And I'd like to pass the microphone to the moderator of the panel discussion, Professor Park, and we're going to continue with the panel discussion. And it is winter now, and it is getting dark outside, I think. And what I feel sorry is that we didn't have enough time to get more insights from the presenters. I wish I had more time. According to the program schedule, I'd like to ask Director Park Seok-tae of Sinocor Merchant Marine and Mr. Lee Dong-wook of Unical Logics to give us comments and a summary of the presentations we had today, and along with your comments. Mr. Park, please go ahead. Good evening. I am Park Seok-tae from Sinocor Merchant Marine. Sinocor is a merchant marine that operates the container feedering to 2 Russian ports, including Vladivostok. And we are also operating the ships to even the Southwest Asia, including India. But as we're focusing on the Arctic shipping routes, we operate the feeder service to 2 ports in Russia. And we handle about 30,000 TEU every month with Russia. And I really enjoy the presentations we had from the perspective of a merchant marine or shipping company. In order to operate the Arctic shipping routes, I believe there are 4 conditions to be met. The passage should be sustainable. And the second is it should have a competitive edge compared to SCR. So the year-round operation must be possible to be competitive. And the third is we need to secure the economic vessels. And the fourth condition is IMO and other international organizations came up with the environmental issues. So in terms of environment, we should see whether it is really environmentally friendly to use this Arctic shipping route. And Arctic Sea route is rarely handling the international cargoes. NSR is mainly used for domestic cargo shipping for Russia. And there are some risks in terms of navigation, like weather forecast or ice. Until all those issues are resolved, the regular operation of the shipping vessels is not feasible yet. And in the third session, the presenters did the economic analysis of the Arctic shipping routes, and some of the results were conflicting, and some of them I couldn't really understand. But I personally believe in order to build ice-class vessels, the cost will increase from the conventional vessels, and the fuel consumption will also increase. Although the distance will be shorter, so the fuel can be saved because of the shorter distance. But another factor that we have to look at is we have to think about the speed of passing through the Suez Canal and the Arctic Sea routes. And the SCR, in the SCR, the vessels pass at the speed of about 17 to 20 knots. But for the Arctic Sea route, I'm not really sure about the figure. I believe it is about 11 nautical miles. And if navigating about 16 k mile at the speed of 17 knots is similar to navigating the shorter distance at the 11 note is the same. So there is no savings in the fuel. So the insurance premium or the passage tariff and fuel consumption. In terms of all these factors, using this Arctic Sea route may not be economically feasible. And we really say it is economically advantageous, but those economic advantages may be reduced with other factors as well. And there are many variables, including the international oil price or the technical developments in shipbuilding. And considering all these factors from the shipper's point of view, I believe the Arctic Sea route should continue to be developed. That's it from me. Thank you, Mr. Park. Mr. Park has long been engaging in the shipping industry, and I believe he pointed out a very important point. And I also have a background of this ocean-related business. So the Arctic Sea route, in order for the safe passage of the NSR, those are the four factors that must be guaranteed. So, safe passage of the route must be guaranteed. And the second point is what is most important with the NSR is the year-round navigation. I believe if it is not possible, as we could see from the presentations, at least 5 months or 10 months should be open for the this navigation in the NSR, and we have to secure ice class vessels to be able to operate in those routes. And another important topic is the environmental issue related to using the NSR. So those are the four factors that Mr. Park raised. And we have participants joining us online. And I believe there are many questions that are raised online. I have this question to Mr. Park first, and then we'll move on to the next part of the discussion. And Sinocor Merchant Marine is a very famous Asian feeder, and it is a bit far away from the NSR. But as Professor Hong mentioned, although there are issues related to the NTC project, from the perspective of the port of Busan, in order to maintain the transshipment port in the Northeast Asia, we have to pursue this project. And is there any thing that you are developing in relation to NTC, or is there any strategy related to this part of the routes? If any, please let us know. About 5 years ago, we signed an MOU with Rosatom to conduct a joint research, but due to some issues, it has been stopped. And our view is we are not a ship liner that engages in the European line, and we are not reviewing the European routes, but the routes that we operate from Busan to Vladivostok, that's about 30,000 TEU a month, and that is for the cargo that is domestically consumed, and some of them will go to Moscow or the East Europe. So when the NSR is fully operated, we believe the cargo that the route should be also used. So we have to maintain our attention to that. And in terms of the distance shortened, if the distance is longer, there will be some advantage. But so I believe the Busan's role as the hub will get more important, and the cargo to China, Vietnam, or Thailand, the cargo from those countries come to Busan and do the transshipment there. So if the NSR is in full operation, the role of Busan Port will be also important. So we are paying attention to this for various reasons.
Yes, it was a really important point you mentioned. So I really look forward to seeing the further active engagement from the Sinocor Merchant Marine in the development and operation of the NSR through the NTC. So let me move on to the second discussant, Mr. Lee Dong-wook. He's a team leader at Unico Logistics. So please share your comments and ideas with us. Okay, following last year, that this is my second time to join the Arctic shipping seminar. Compared to what we discussed last year, they are quite interesting and fresh, topics, and I find it very, yeah, positive that we have a lot of more commercial, perspectives discussed this year. So, and also it was interesting to see the researches on ice conditions, and all these are actually impacting the operation of the 3D NSR for shipping companies. And again, it was really valuable for me to see the really valuable data shared for the first time in the world. But still, there is a room for improvement. So if I may, I'd like to share with you the future direction. So what I thought after, hearing the presentations is that from Artic, Mr. Shetrick, in his presentation, it was quite interesting to see the ship design, the container ships for year-round operation in the, NSR. So, as one involved in the industry, if this vessel is, deployed in real operation, not just for the, ship operation, it's also quite connected to the container cargo operation, and also from the, in the second session, Mr. Morton also shared really important factors. So, when you navigate through the NSR, I mean, containers will be affected by the sea ice, and waters will be actually on the splashing of seawater on the containers. These all will affect the containers and ships as well. When designing the vessels, what kind of elements do you take into consideration to have a safer operation and shipping of the containers? Yes, we are talking about year-round operation, but if you look at the different seasons, winter and summer, how to maintain the robust quality of the containers and the cargo contained in those vessels, and what are the impacts of loading and offloading those containers. And also there were presentations on the research institutes that touched upon the Russia's NSR policies and regulations. Yes, there's no doubt that, and it's quite, natural for, Russian governments to put a lot of efforts and making plans to further develop the NSR. But, the TSR route, Trans-Siberian route, that it means. But when we have, extended use of, NSR, are those two routes in competition? We are making comparisons with the conventional Suez routes, but these, Trans-Siberian route, are we considering as an, quite important factor here? So now mostly we are talking about the comparison between NSR and conventional Suez route. So if you look at the geopolitical condition at the moment, in the Far East, there are a lot of cargo shipped from Russia and Far East countries to European nations. So I just wonder personally, what kind of future policies or plans they have in Russia. And from Shanghai Maritime University, from commercial perspectives, it was really interesting to listen to your presentation. So based on your research activities, I think maybe it would be better if you can actually have a deeper understanding, having really good collaboration, not just amongst research institutes, but involving the industry as well. So if you look at the operation and also economic feasibility of the NSR, I had a feeling that you did not actually put great importance on transshipment, but obviously I think it's a quite important factor. So, economic scale, it's not achieved just having bigger vessels. We need to have, more feeder operation, better efficiency. So from the starting departing ports and arriving ports, how are we going to offset the losses incurred? And between Rotterdam and Hamburg, that's part of your, conditions. What are the increase of the fixed costs with having bigger and ice class vessels? Maybe these should also be taken into account in deeper level, and maybe this opens the door for further or follow-up research activities, not just amongst, once again, research institute or universities, but involving the commercial, actually shipping companies. And last but not least, my question to Professor Hong, the last presenter. At the end of your presentation, you briefly touched upon the, actions to be taken by the port of Busan. Yes, when we talk about NSR, yes, Busan port should fully tap into that opportunity and becoming or taking a farm road as a transshipment hub in the region. But if you look further or more deeper, even if we open the door for utilizing the NSR, will it really bring more, cargo volume to Busan? If you consider, those cargo volume from Shanghai and other parts of China and other parts of Asia, if NSR is further developed, I think there's also a possibility that those cargo volumes will be directly just transported or shipped to Russia, not passing Busan port. So I have a question mark that, is it really possible for Busan port to secure or even increase a cargo volume for transshipment to be a hub in the region? So to that end, this is obviously a big question or big, homework to address by the Busan Port Authority and the South Korean government in general. So that's my question and comment.
발표한 그 모든
So basically, he made comments to all the presentations we had today, and of them, three could require additional explanation. I think that is very interesting. And NSR and TSR, competition between NSR and TSR. Who was the one who made comment on this, or who made the competition between Trans-Siberia route and the NSR? So Russia already has the TSR, but if people are interested in the NSR, whether it is TSR or NSR, it has to go through Russia. So what is the difference? So there was a possibility. The question is about the possibility of the reduced cargo volume going through the TSR. That is right. So from Russia, the policy on the NSR could be going well in the early stage, but if it is in full operation, it will cannibalize the cargo for the TSR. I believe Professor Moy can answer this question, maybe.
Did you fully catch up the comment from Mr. Lee about TSR and NSR? As you know, TSR is kind of any competitive route to NSR anyway. To the point of Russia, NSR, TSR is all Russians and territory. So how do you forecast if the NSR is vitalized? What is the effect to the existing route, TSR? Please tell us the...
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, there is a certain level of competition, and it has been discussed many times in Russia. But in the later years, the estimates and the projections for increased transit on the NSR has in a way made that issue moot, because as of today, or the last years, the capacity, as I mentioned, on the Trans-Siberian Railroad has been quite well utilized. So it hasn't really been that much room for expansion. So expansion of east-west trade would have to come on the Northern Sea route. However, if you're looking into a scenario where general economic activity in Russia goes down, and also trade between Russia and other countries goes down, it is possible that there will be more free capacity on the Trans-Siberian Railroad. And in such a scenario, I would say that there is a likelihood of more competition between cargo on the Northern Sea route and the Trans-Siberian Railroad, if you understand my reasoning. So it hasn't been an important issue last few years, but it could become an issue, because of course the Trans-Siberian Railroad also has many stakeholders in Russia.
Okay, Mr. Watt, thank you.
Due to time constraint, we're going to move on to the second question.
Well, looks like we do not have all the time necessary to have the right discussion, but Mr. Gay, can you hear me?
Mr. Jiwei Ge? Are you ready for answer the question from Mr. Lee?
Sorry,
Okay.
Pardon?
Yeah.
My internet is not well. Yeah.
Okay, if I tell again, as you know, excellent. I'm receiving very strong impression from your insightful presentation. But Mr. Lee has one simple question. As you know, your research is totally focused on the direct calling from Asia to Europe. However, there are some cases the cargo should be transshipped just inside NSR. In that case, it can cause additional cost. So how do you just evaluate the transshipment, just any the impact in this NSR, any route, any justification?
Yeah, as I mentioned in my PowerPoint, there is another choice for the shipping companies. Let the Russian company take control the transit on the NSR between Murmansk and the port at Far East. But as far as we know, Russia is not qualified now to offer such kind of services. But if we, given the shipping company, the other shipping company, foreign shipping companies, can take part in the transshipment services between these two ports, that will change all the maritime networks between Far East and Europe. Because, for example, the Korean shipping company or our Chinese shipping companies can offer feeder services between Busan, between Vladivostok, between Petropavlovsk. There will be formed a new regional maritime network in the Far East and in the Europe side. So, but it needs to get some quantitative analysis. Yes.
Yes, I fully understand. Okay, thank you very much for your comment. But actually, it is 100% possible. You know, there are so many variations in your research. Anyway, I think that is full enough for a clarification about Mr. Lee's question anyway. And also, the third question from Mr. Lee is given to Mr. Morten Lassen. Mr. Lassen, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, Mr. Lee has pointed one important question anyway. When I understand, when the shipping companies or shipyards are designing the vessel anyway, maybe in case of NSR, there are so many negative impact that is coming mostly from the environment issues, for example, as you mentioned, like a sea wave, any spray, something like that anyway, yeah? So in case of a container ship, sometimes because of any icing at the port, it is not possible to discharge or load container from or to the ships anyway. How do you just think about any additional extra factors to be considered when we design the ships for NSR and navigation? Please give us any simple comment on the question.
Yes. Yeah, as I mentioned, the main factor is, of course, ice strengthening. That you have to build the vessel with a high ice class. And you have to remember, you are building a ship that is going to operate for the next 25, 30 years. So the additional cost and additional weight you put on the ship, you have to bring with you the rest of the vessel's lifetime. That means you need to ensure that you can operate this ship in polar waters for the whole lifetime of the ship. With regard to additional measures to winterize the ship, to prevent the effect of sea spray icing, low temperatures, etc., you need to ensure that ballast water tanks are not freezing, air intakes, additional insulation and all this. That will add cost that you have to consider for the vessel's lifetime. We had a project 12 years ago looking at container shipping in polar waters, and what the owners told us today, their focus is just in time, just in time, just in time. And this is very difficult to combined with the uncertainties going in ice and polar waters, where you can have a limited season. You can go some of the tours through the north, to the north, and some you have to go through Suez, which makes it difficult. Another point is also the cargo owners are coming more and more into the picture. They are putting up requirements to limit emission on their transport. So they put requirements to the ship owners and operators with regard to reduced emissions that we have to consider in the future, and when we are considering shipping in polar areas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your clear comment on Mr. Lee's question. Anyway, thank you again. 이게 지금 우리가 혹시 플로어에서 질문이
Do we have any questions from the floor? Professor Hong? I think it was, Mr. Lee Dong-wook, briefly touched upon the, roles of the Busan port. Yes. Well, I'd like to extend my appreciation to the comments of the panelists. So let me share a couple of more ideas. Back in 2010, in May, Russia Transportation Ministry actually organized a seminar to revitalize or further develop the NSR. Back then, what we discussed is that I was sitting right next to the CEO of Tesco. So what he said is that, he also mentioned about the competition between NSR and TSR. So, back then, the answer from the Russian, authority was that, yes, to some extent, there is a kind of a competition. So, yes, I think it's quite interesting to look further into that aspect, the competition between the NSR and the TSR. But, we still need to have more, analysis. And what I missed out is that from Vladivostok to Murmansk, we are looking into possible transshipment. It's a little bit like cabotage shipping. But yes, of course, there's a question mark that can the Russian government really achieve the 3,000 the TEU of the transshipment cargo? That's their plan. Can they really achieve that in the nearest future? So I actually asked the question to one of the officials from the Russian government. So, well, they said, the 5 million, TEU, tons, not TEU, excuse me, tons, that's mainly related to the, projects cargo. So, like, Rotterdam and Busan. So I briefly, mentioned that maybe you need to look into that possibility. Last but not least, the cargo volume from the Southeast Asia, I fully agree with you. And in fact, if you look at what's discussed, recently in November in the Russian government, again, this year there's almost, zero international transit through the NSR. So how to secure or recover the international transit through the NSR? There was a discussion that they should build, closer cooperation or attract involvement of the Western, companies and countries as well. So to that end, I think Korea can play a part, and the port of Busan can also, engage as well. Thank you. Well, again, so we are running out of time, but I'd like to once again open the opportunities to the floor as well for the, just general participants to share their comments and questions as well. So I can see maybe more than a dozen here. So from the floor, before I actually give the chance to the floor, but to...
So I'd like to ask Professor Hae-in Jia for your comments.
Yes, I can.
Okay. Then as a moderator, I'd like to give you one question which can be sometimes somewhat difficult for you to answer. But somebody before your presentation has presented one point. That is the the basic just any plan for the Russia is to establish two international hub ports. One is Murmansk, and the other in Asia is Vladivostok. Have you heard about that project before?
Yes.
So I think in the case, as the shipping companies anyway, if the Russian plan is carried out in future without any change or amendment anyway, in the case anyway, if they operate any two international hub ports, between those two ports, it is done by the only cabotage transportation. This means transported by the Russian flagship only anyway, yeah? So what about in that case, what do you think if the Russian plan is carried out as their plan, do you think it can justify the just NSR route as an effective way? Please give us your just answer for that question anyway.
Yes, that is a good question. It can be quite hard to answer, but in my view, or in some of my colleagues' view, we haven't touched upon during this seminar is alternative fueled vessels, including icebreakers. And if Russia put a lot of effort or financial investment in this related area, that can be financially viable if, for example, nuclear-powered vessels. So they have two main hubs, and then we have transshipment from Europe to the Western ports and from Far East to the other side. But that's all depend on technology development and financial investment into this area. And again, safety, security is the top priority.
Okay, thanks for your comment. Actually, this is not totally fixed yet, but as you know, somebody has presented about that point. Russia has a plan to operate in two international hub ports by the cabotage transportation anyway, yeah? I think in the case, this must be the critical and very basic point for the material for your further research about the justification of the NSR route anyway, compared to Suez Canal transportation anyway, okay? Okay, thanks for your answer for my personal question anyway. Because of a time limit, I'd like to, maybe anybody who want to comment on
혹시
this issue, or otherwise, actually, Mr. Kiel, what about your general idea about the presentation from many of the just presenters? What is the point for the, maybe actually you're on the economic side anyway, for operational side anyway. What is the point for the NSR? Or please give us some comment on that.
Well, the overall comment is that the stage now and the effect of the war is very unpredictable and very uncertainty. So it's a lot of speculation how this is going to look like in the future. We heard the presenter saying this is the Russian waterway is going to develop according to Russian plan, but still the uncertainty of the cargo base, the growth of the Russian economy, the market uncertainty is questioned that is difficult to predict. We heard China now, like Arimo mentioned, what's their interest now, how is their part of the market is going to develop. It is going interesting. We heard Professor Fong's scenarios. That's interesting, how we're going to retake and how it's going to be in the future. The discussion we have in Northern Norway is how will this look like the next 20, 30, 40 years? Is it going to be, Arctic is going to develop into a Cold War scenario? Are we going to be developed as a national park with a lot of regulations, perhaps even banning of shipping? Or is it going to be a Klondike, where we're going to develop, all the resources? And I think there's going to be strict. Morten mentioned some points which is quite good when it comes to development of the container shipping. Another point, I think also the creditors, the banks will put very strict regulations on the ships and emissions. So we need to go into this green. I think the point from the professor from NHS when it comes to this development on the shipping hubs, yes, our researchers have done a lot of calculation in this, But as soon as you start to transship cargo, you have an additional cost of layers. So the validation of such a transshipment is more accurate if you look at these ice class ships in the wintertime. Interesting to follow, but still Russia needs to invest heavily in this program if it's going to be succeed. So thank you. I think that was a comment.
여기 이제 두 분께서 좀 코멘트가 없으셨는데 우리 Professor Uto, what about your general view about this seminar? Or
Okay, so first of all, thank you very much for joining very interesting seminar. So yeah, I have a lot of things learned from this seminar. I want to say 2 points. One is the sustainability, and the other is the predictability. Unpredictability, it's a more precise way. So I am an engineering person, so sustainability goes directly to the safety and efficiency. Yeah. And other person think sustainability and environmental issues is indispensable for the sustainable development in the Northern Sea route. So it means that, I think so. Many people think other opinions. So in this view, so I think so the discussions among the variety of stakeholders is important for the future development of Northern Sea route. One is the other is the predictability. So, and in my presentation, predictability has been a very important issues for the listed key issues. And for my standpoint, so predictability should be reduced. For example, sea ice predictions or ship performance prediction and so on. And so every person with different interests among the stakeholders should discuss and should try to reduce predictability, unpredictability. That's a very important thing, I think. It's a general comment. So.
Yeah. As you just, I think you have mentioned very important things. So maybe if we summarized all the presentation today, it is converged to 2 points. One is, as you mentioned, sustainability. And the other one is predictability anyway, you know. But sometimes, mostly we are dreaming or always we are assuming the best scenario anyway, you know, when we evaluate the sustainability or possibility of the NSR anyway. Yeah? You must be very careful about that point anyway. So if I say once again, predictability and also sustainability anyway. Okay. 우리 여기 여기 플로이드 한 분이 지금.
I believe we have one question from the floor who's been waiting for a long time. So now we have Dr. Kim Hyun-chul participating in the discussion as well. So again, I mean, I was really impressed to hear that presentation. It was really impressive. I mean, personally, I thought so. I mean, from your perspective, Dr. Kim, I mean, that kind of great, I mean, technique will certainly contribute to ensuring safe navigation through the NSR and, I mean, predict more accurately the sea ice conditions. That's also related to the, maritime ecosystem as well, but it is also, related to safe navigation through the NSR. So from that perspective, I'd like to ask Dr. Kim that based on your, research activities, maybe you can share with us some good advice or recommendation, just briefly. Yes, so taking part in this really valuable seminar. So I also heard very interesting presentations. It was really valuable, but not just as an researcher, but again, economic feasibility, economic aspect is really important. So we need to put more importance into that as well. But obviously, that's closely related to safety, safe operation of vessels through the NSR. And again, there are many factors, affecting the safe navigation and economic navigation through the NSR, including the geopolitical condition we are facing now. So again, there are many experts from different, fields, but most of them, and what we can, all agree is that we all want to have a more reliable, more accurate data to be based on this. So, I mean, recently, just tapping into the advanced technologies, including the artificial intelligence, now we can better predict, I mean, most efficient, most economical, I mean, route for, I mean, to container operation through the NSR. So as we move forward, I hope that if we can secure more reliable, more accurate, I mean, data as a foundation to have a better predictability, that will certainly contribute to securing safe and maybe, I mean, regular, I mean, navigation through the NSR. So again, this does not belong to just one discipline. I mean, it's multidisciplinary, I mean, effort that is required. That's what I felt. Thank you.
연구소에서 굉장히 활발한 또
I believe in the, I mean, the Portland Institute. So obviously, you are doing a number of really valuable, I mean, research activities. But at the end of the day, to further develop the, I mean, the utilization of the NSR, what we need at the end of the day is again securing the safe navigation through the NSR. So, I mean, among the participants, we cannot actually. I think we'd like to take a couple of moments to take questions from the floor. Do we have a question? I mean, to whom your question is directed?
인천대학교 최수범
I'm Choi Soo-bum from Incheon National University. Rather than a question, I'd like to give you my comment regarding Professor Hong's presentation. I have a different opinion or comment. I believe you have some negative views for the NSR. I feel sorry about that. For example, and about the cargo, the prediction of the cargo volume, you said it's going to be smaller than what Russia forecasts, but I have a different opinion. We have to look at the situation before and after the war in Ukraine, and there is a possibility that there will be more cargo volume. For example, from 2024, there will be some coal produced in the Tamil Peninsula and will be exported to India. And the trade volume of the export volume of LNG to Asia is expected to increase. In that sense, the cargo volume for the future should be forecast in an upward way. And about NTC, Professor Jia analyzed the KPEX, and about NTC, and the hub terminal is going to be constructed on Kamchatka, and I think that's going to be a big threat to the port of Busan. And I believe we need more research on that as well. And the Russia is planning to build a container hub terminal on Kamchatka Peninsula. Mr. Lee said a TSR will be competing with NSR, but I believe these two are completely different routes, so we should take a different approach to these routes. And I think the situation after the war in Ukraine is totally different. And some scholars say by 2050 there will be no ice on the North Pole. And I believe we have to get prepared for that situation. And I believe the time has come that the globe will have to use the NSR.
Professor Hong, please answer to the question. Yes, as a researcher specialized in the NSR. Yes, I also was one of the the members of the Rosatom Council. So yes, it's quite natural, and it's also the fact that many of us rely heavily on the data provided by Rosatom and the Russian government authorities. So yes, sometimes we have big question marks. Why is this? Cargo volume is so high. We ask the questions as well. So, is the cargo volume figures are really, reliable or objective? Well, there's a question mark. But, it's quite clear that the Russian government is really eager to further develop the, resources they have in the Arctic region. But the key factor here is to have enough and appropriate vessels and fleets. I mean, the ice-class vessels. So at the moment, it's targeted in the Asia and Europe, but it's not enough at the moment. That's the key, I believe. Again, I mentioned in my presentation that there are a lot of dredging construction activity projects. So it's quite a lot. The dredging volume, 40,000. 40 million tons. So, but due to the sanctions imposed on Russia, many of them now withdraw. So, due to time constraint, I did not touch upon all the details. But the Western technologies and the cooperation with the shipyards, if these are not provided at a sufficient level, and also enough investments are not provided, obviously Russian governments cannot realize what their ambitions. So, again, the reason why I was relatively pessimistic before the previous year is that because of that situation. Did that answer your question? Yes. Well, I was quite surprised. Gave me kind of goosebumps. The Vladivostok and maybe building more international transshipment hub in the Russian ports in the throughout the NSR will be a really formidable competitor to the port of Busan. So. Again, NTC, transshipment hubs. If that attracts a great interest from the, China, what will happen and what will affect, how it will affect to the, port of Busan. So, maybe I think it was Mr. Lee mentioned briefly, using the NSR. So far maybe, port of Busan is one of the, beneficiaries which reap the great benefit. But again, at the end of the day, it will be not easy for us to just realize our dream or keep our dreams alive. Again, there are a lot of competition emerging, changing environment and conditions. So again, there's too much unpredictability at the moment. So we all agree to that, at least I believe. So again, anyhow, Busan Port should make continued effort to be the important transshipment hub in the region. Again, this is quite a sensitive issue for us, at least. Do we have any other questions, or do we have enough time for that?
시작은 우리가 좀 늦게 했지만은 끝은
We started a little bit behind the schedule, but I believe we are about to finish the session on time. And I believe a lot of Koreans could had the sleepless nights because of the World Cup soccer game. I hope the global community live in a peaceful manner. That is my great wish. And this, well, I'm not going to make a comment here, right? So I'm just moderating this session of panel discussion. And one thing I'd like to tell you is that we are researching and making lots of efforts, but all business always will have to prepare for the best case scenario and the worst case scenario. We shouldn't be just to be unhappy about the worst case scenario, but too rosy about the future with the best case scenario. But we have to get prepared for any case. In that sense, I believe in this discussion session, lots of discussants and panelists raised questions and answered the questions. And due to time constraint, I think we have to stop it here. I really wish I had more time to answer more questions, and I'd like to extend my gratitude to all the participants to this panel discussion. And this brings us to the end of the panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Very much, ladies and gentlemen, from Norway, Finland, or Shanghai, okay?
진행을 맡아주신 해양.
That was Professor Park Ko-chul moderating the session from KMOU, and I'd like to extend my gratitude to all the participants. And this brings us to the end of all the program of the 11th International Arctic Shipping Seminar. And I thank all the participants for sitting through all this time. And I hope you have a safe journey back home. And it was Professor Kim Gi-tae. Thank you.